Okay, we are the 25th of September 2022. It's 6 p.m. Where I am at empirically, and I have decided to record a video which will be quite long, but that I will probably use in most of my coming videos, as long as I publish videos, in order to provide the context for my videos. What am I talking about? Where do I talk from? What do I know? What is my current worldview, etc., etc. But because I know myself as a spirit, at least as a spirit, to be God, I need to provide the proof eventually that I understand reality, which is my reality. So I have decided to record a series of introductory videos that I will use as long as I publish videos, or until I can eventually improve, because I keep getting smarter every day. But if I can't, this will serve as an introductory presentation. It will be many dozens of minutes long, but at least it will provide the context, and as long as I can work on an empirical level, I will improve what I call my system. But now I would like to share a few thoughts. First, I know myself to be the whole of reality. I know this consciously since the 27th of August 2018, but I tend to forget because in ordinary language this is completely ludicrous. I don't know how it works. I am partly ignorant, although I keep getting smarter every day, and precisely I keep getting smarter because I understand more and more, and I succeed in structuring, ordering, recovering maybe, or discovering the process of reality, which means that I know myself to be the root or the cause of all evil, which is a moral problem for me as of now, and a moral and physical and emotional and ontological problem for others. And I try to abolish my evil by revealing all I know. And one of the problems that I am confronted by, and that others are confronted by as well, is that there come a moment in the coming, so here we are, the 25th of September, in the coming days or weeks, or I don't know, when others will realize that we exist, whoever you, different from me on an empirical level, whoever you are listening to this video, the others, of which you are a part, will at some moment realize that we are connected, and that reality occurs within my mind in a way. I don't fully understand how it works, but I choose to speak the truth as I understand this, and to communicate the truth in English for reasons that I have already explained, but that will become clear when I share my references. The second idea that I would like to share, that there is only one being, only one universe, only one planet, Earth, inhabited by humans. There's only one of us, which means that there's only one mind, the cosmic mind, to talk in ordinary language. And this one mind, which is, of course, the mind of God, the real God, the total mind, the world consciousness. It can also be said to be a spirit, an immaterial substance which pervades the whole of creation, one might say. And this mind, or this spirit, depending on how one defines mind or spirit, let us talk about mind, is fragmented, that's a way of talking, into billions of pieces. Namely, each thinking human is a receptacle of bits or parts or sparks of the cosmic mind. But the knowledge, the understanding of reality, of which every thinking entity participates in, there are individuals who are more enlightened, more awakened, more intelligent, more knowledgeable, more spiritually developed than others. So there is inequality in knowledge because of the circumstances, because of the distinctions and the diversity in intelligence, faculty, leisure, opportunity, etc., etc. But yeah, and since there is only one being, one universe, one planet, one mind, there is only one God. It's because there is only one God that unity derives from the unity of God with himself. There has to be eventually one government, namely all thinking humans have to obey the same set of legislation, or no government at all, but not in a chaotic way, but in an anarchist way. Namely, people have to collectively self-organize as a thinking unit. As long as there are governments or there are political interactions, there has to be one government and eventually one religion, because there is only one God, put it simply. And this is what I am trying to bring forth, while limiting the damages as much as possible. But this is the logical necessity, namely that it is God with whom I do not fully identify consciously, because on an empirical level I am limited, but it is the will of God that the world should be united or reunited. Namely, it's simply God recovering his unity with himself. Yeah. Then, another idea. In the ordinary sense, I have decided to to express myself as clearly as possible, while not renouncing completely the intellectual standards. Namely, I try to simplify my message as much as possible, but I do not give up on a minimum of intellectual rigor and demand, in a way. But I simplify nonetheless. What I know on an empirical level, what I have discovered, because I am the negative of the substance, if all is one, the fact that I perceive an objective world means that I am separated from my own objectivity, and this distanciation, this negative relation to the objective world, in my case, is what the writings of Hegel call the negative, which is evil on a metaphysical level, and but what this negative relation to my own objectivity enables me to perceive is the view of the totality. Namely, I can provide, that's the positive aspect about me, I guess, is that I can provide a view of the totality. And what people do not, most people, or actually everyone else hasn't yet realized, is that by sharing thoughts on the internet through language in their videos, most people believe that they speak to their audience, their subscribers, their followers, or the group with whom they identify. Political, ethnic, cultural group of interest, whatever, religious, whatever determinacy. But they do not realize that this is the meaning of the message, which is made manifest on the screen, that by going on the agora, the public space, which is which is the network of information that we call the web, information becomes available in real time, and anyone potentially with an internet connection can access anything which is made public on the internet at any moment, and anyone can directly communicate with anyone else. But the problem is that why would anyone else be interested in what someone has to say? That's the difficulty. I have tried to communicate with various individual people or group of people, and I have failed. That's why this video I talk to myself, like I do most of the time. And yeah, so what I have understood, because of my position as the negative of the substance, is that just in the realm of politics, people on the internet, they talk to their audience or to their followers, but they do not see that there are other groups which do exactly the same thing, and no one sees the full picture. I understand why. That's why my whole, from an epistemological standpoint, which means depending on the in relating to the theory of knowledge, my philosophical role is to provide the view of the totality, and this is what I intend to do with this introductory presentation, so that people can not only see their followers or their audience or their subscribers or whatever, but see also the other side or the other sides, the other perspective, not only on a political level, on a national scale, but on a worldwide scale. Namely, anyone with an internet connection can have access, that's what I have done, to the entire intellectual and spiritual life of a country. I have dedicated unconsciously, but now it's becoming more and more conscious, my time and my energy and my work and my focus to studying the life of the United States of America, because here I express my opinion, but it's the most interesting country from an intellectual and spiritual standpoint. It cannot be denied that the life of the US is not boring. Yeah, but anyone can study the life of a country by studying simply the patterns or the structure of the information which is made public by the citizens. And I have also partly indirectly studied the life of all other Anglo-Saxon countries through the mediation of the English language, but also France, partly Germany, and because all countries are part of the totality of being, they are all interconnected, and one gathers information about eventually all the countries and the whole universe at all levels, physical and anthropological, ethical or legislative, cultural, etc., etc. And I am trying to do is to share the view of the totality as I envision this. Of course, it's incomplete, inaccurate, it's lacking, it's not perfect, it's not very rigorous, it's not very serious. On a methodological standpoint, it is serious. The formal methodological aspect, namely how to gather knowledge and how to understand reality, it's serious. The problem is the content, but I cannot complete the view of the totality all on my own. I could, but it would take quite a long time, and there are problems and conflicts and oppositions and tensions within reality, and I try to share my perspective. Now I will make just a short pause. Okay, this is an illustration. I will talk about this later. I just would like to talk about the figures of consciousness. Namely, I will show the name of many individuals, public figures on the internet, in the media, in the government, writers, journalists, whatever. They are, on a philosophical standpoint, what could be called figures of consciousness. Namely, here I talk in ordinary language, they carry within their mind parcels or sparks or downloads of information that they express unconsciously or consciously to others whenever they speak, and they concentrate the zeitgeist. Here I have to regress to the level of ordinary expression, but basically it's useful nonetheless. Zeitgeist, etc., etc. The collective mind is made manifest through them because they are more intelligent or more enlightened or have more insights. The reasons are not here really important, but simply the figures of consciousness are really existing individuals on an empirical level whose state of mind, whose level of consciousness in ordinary language, they are in a way they are their own state of mind, the current state of their knowledge and understanding and view of being from their perspective. That's why they are figures of consciousness or windows of consciousness. And this is here I will illustrate. This would be their singular self as individuals, but they also express a universal view. For instance, let us take the example of a conservative. A conservative or liberal, he or she is a singular individual with particular determinations. For instance, a conservative in England or a liberal in Australia. The views that he or she has about politics is limited by the circumstances or the conditions or the state of the determinations of his or her particular situation, but he nonetheless expresses a universal truth, namely about political opposition within parliamentary or democratic societies. So that's an illustration. And that's why the figures of consciousness which appear in my document, they are simply people, singular individuals, who express particular viewpoints, sometimes universal to a certain extent, yeah, but particular viewpoints in which many other singulars recognize themselves and who consider that these singular people represent their own consciousness, their own will, their own they express their own soul or their own spirit or their own whatever, a political figure. Let us take the example of Trump, but it could be Bernie Sanders. I try to balance. They are singular individuals who embody the hopes, the aspirations, the will, the fears, in the case of millions of people. And depending on the level of consciousness, a singular individual, a figure of consciousness, can embody the views of a few hundreds persons, a few thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, etc., etc. And yeah. And I will comment on this briefly. I will just end up on saying what I intended to do. I try to universalize my behavior precisely. I am a singular individual, but through my mind and my will, I can act in a universal fashion, namely to act in trying to detach myself from my singularity and act so that my behavior can be reflected in the behavior of all others for the good, for the universal aspect. So what I am trying to do is, I have been partly frustrated by myself actually, that whenever one watches a video on YouTube or read an article, one never knows who is talking and what. I mean, here I'm not talking about the identity of the person on a psychological level, but where does he or she talks from, and what does he know? What is his worldview? Not here, not on a personal level, like what do you believe in politically, or what are your hopes? What sports team do you support? Well, it's not the worldview in this sense. It's simply what does he know? How has he built his worldview? And I will share my worldview, which is not my opinion. I mean, it's partly tainted, what I say, by my limited perspective, but I try to see my perspective, and my opinions, they are just my own, but I try to show the view of the totality as I see this, or as I envision this at this moment in time, the 25th of September, knowing that it evolves every day, it improves in a way. So that's what I intend to do. Okay, now I will comment this drawing. UPS, these are logical determinations which are very useful and enable to understand many things, because each thing is a singular object. Here it's a subject, but it's an object in the case of the objective world, a thing which has particular determinations which unite the singular object with a universal predicate. Every book is a singular copy of a particular type of topics being discussed, but the universal is book. It works for everything because all objects are particularization of a universal made singular. Here it's becoming already too complex maybe, so in ordinary language, universal is that which is valid for all, everywhere at all time for all, and the ordinary word that is used in ordinary language, at least in the English language, is general. When we talk about a general view, or what is generally the case, in general, we mean actually universal. And what is universal, if it is taken as being detached from the particularization and the singularization of the universal, it is said to be abstract, precisely because it is valid for all, but because the many which comprise the many ones which are included within the all, they all have their own particular characteristics, determinations, etc., and they differ from one another, and in order to unite them on the most universal level, precisely, one has to leave aside the many determination of the singulars and the particulars which are opposed to one another. That's why it is abstract. Particular in the ordinary language when it is expressed unconsciously, the word which is used is specific or special or species. I could have added genus, species in biology. The species belongs to the genus. What is specific is a particularization of a general view, a general topic, a general subject of investigation or whatever. And what is singular in ordinary language, it is the individual, the subject, or what is concrete. And namely here, abstract and concrete are opposed to one another. And concrete means that which is fully determined, which is complete, which is wirklich. Whereas what is abstract or what is universal or general is more abstract. It has less determinations, but it applies to more. It is more extended. And here I will show the picture. Okay, I will comment this later as well, but basically the universal is that which is the most extended, because, so here it's the horizontal line, it applies to all, and that's why it is abstract, because the many which are comprised under the universal, they are very different on many levels, but their unity has to be precisely very abstract, because one has to leave aside many determinations in order to unite the many which are composed within the whole. I will go back up to the picture. Yeah, so in a quantitative level, the distinction between singular, particular, and universal could be one. A singular is that which is one. A particularity contains many, but with the many comes the few. If many are in such a determined state of being, it means that few are in a different state of being. If there are many people who have, let us be positive, decent wages, affordable houses, etc., it means that few people are living in a difficult economic condition. So many is united with few, and some with some others. That's the division of the universal. So the particular is a unity of many ones or some ones, and the universal is the unity of all ones. Yeah. And now a little bit, it's not more complicated, actually it's very simple, but so the particular, I will illustrate, the particulars are under the universal. They are more determined because that which is valid for one kind of particular is not valid for the others, but they all share in common, that's the link here, the arrow, they all share in common the same universality. And what the relationship between the particular and the universal, illustrated by this arrow, is the same than the relationship between the singulars and the particulars, illustrated by this arrow. Namely, what is valid for the particular is valid for all the singulars which are contained under the particular, but the reverse is not true. What is valid for this singular is only valid for the singular. Only some of the determination of this one singular are valid for the other singulars. But there are determinations, property, characteristics which are only specific to this singular, and the same goes for the particular to the universal. Here it's a little bit abstract, but I will illustrate, and it's important because it's really basic logic. And reasoning, the syllogism, the faculty of thinking, rationality, the ability to reason, to unite determinations of thought, the classical example of the syllogism is S is P, P is U, and therefore, because S is tied to P and because P is tied to U, it means that S is tied to U. That's the arrow here. If we have this plus this, it means that we have this. That's basic syllogistic reasoning. Yeah. And in the case of what I intend to talk about, a country is a singular. It is one country, but it has particularities, namely it shares characteristics with some other countries, or maybe with many other countries. And also, because it is a country, it contains within itself the fundamental determination of what every country is, and all and every, I should have added this, all and every, yeah. What is true of every country, precisely all countries on a singular level contained the fundamental determination, but it's true for animals. All animals mean that every singular animal, all humans, it means that every singular human, all books, etc., etc. Yeah. So, what is true of one singular country is only specific to this singular country, depending on the determination, but it has characteristics which this one country shares with some others, which are specific to the particular type of country, I will illustrate, and also characteristics which are valid for all countries. So when one thinks thoroughly about one individual thing, human, person, topic, or country here, one can think about all and every if one succeeds in leaving aside the determinations which are only specific to this one singular and take into account the determination which are valid for all or for every other countries, and here, or object or person or topic of inquiry or whatever. Here, I will illustrate with examples. Maybe I should have done this earlier because it's already becoming too complex, although here it's really a basic level. It can hardly be more simplified. I put the colors, it's written in bold script. I speak slowly. I do not use German language too much. I'm sinking into my insane German metaphysical self. I have to to take control back. I have to downgrade. Okay. Yeah. A Bestimmtheit. I introduce here, okay, it's already been 30 minutes, but I wanted really to introduce the basic language. I simplify really to the utmost. I left aside the subtleties, really the basic, most simple thought determinations. And already, I know, talking about thought determination, it's already too complex, but let us introduce the word Bestimmtheit, determinacy, which means a quality. To determine here means to qualify. What are we talking about? What do you think about? What do you mean? What is the topic that you are discussing, etc., etc. So the Bestimmtheit, the determinacy, is a particularization of the universal. The universal is that which is abstract, and by determining this abstract universal, one gives it a particular determined content. It is a Bestimmtheit. It is a moment of qualifying the abstraction, but also negating, because to determine means to assert, but also to negate. That's why when the universal is undetermined, it is valid for all, but it's kind of abstract. And when it is bestimmten, when it is determined, it is particularized. It has given itself a content. Yeah. So there's a difference between the determinacy and the determinations. And here in ordinary language, determinations could be properties, characteristics, features, or qualities. In the plural, the determinacy would be the one quality which qualifies, and the qualities would be properties, characteristics, features. So the particular is the Bestimmtheit of the universal, and it has determinations, and the singular is fully determined in the sense of it has all the determinations which make this singular a concrete object, and by leaving aside determinations, one elevates oneself in the realm of abstraction and reach the universal. Yeah, and here, because I'm talking about countries, an example for a country. So country would be the universal, and the determinacy would be the particular. So here would be the notion or the idea in ordinary sense, or the concept of a country, or the essence of a country. The various Bestimmtheiten, the various determinacies, not determinations, but determinacy would be the particular kinds, the particular types of countries. And examples would be, if the determinacy is the geographical position, it can be Western, Eastern country, Northern, Southern, Northeastern, Southwestern, etc., etc. And then with the geographical position comes the geological determinations, namely the differences of the landscape, the earth, the topography, etc., or climatic and meteorological, namely the temperature, the climate, the conditions of the weather, etc., etc. Another determinacy to talk about a country could be the genetics, or the genetic determination of the population. Is it predominantly European, Northeast Asian, Sub-Saharan African, Australoid, Southeast Asian, Northern Africans, Native Amerindians, etc., etc.? Is it homogeneous? Is it divided into diverse genetic groups? Is the population mixed? Are the various genetic groups, are they living together, or are they separated, etc.? These are the determinations of of all countries. All countries have a geographical position, a genetic composition of the population. They all have an economic system. The determinacy would be economic system, and then a further determinacy would be what kind of economic system. Is it free trade or capitalism or free market? Is it socialist? Is it protectionist? There can be capitalist country with protectionism, socialist countries with nationalism. Is it a nationalist economy? Is it autarky? Is it more focused on agriculture, the industry, the services, finance? There are various determinacies, and then for each protectionist countries or each nationalist country or each capitalist free market country, there are various determinations, namely the level of taxations, etc., etc., the average unemployment rate, the working hours, etc., etc. And finally, the political system. Each country has a political system. There are particular types. What kind of system is it? Is it an aristocracy, namely the best rule? They are not many, but there are a few who are the most qualified, either by blood, by virtue, by strength, by intelligence, whatever they rule. Is it an oligarchy, a tiny minority of wealthy financiers? Is it a monarchy? Is there one king who rules with an aristocracy or with a parliament eventually? Is it a fascist, which is some sort of bureaucratic rule for the benefit of the masses with authoritarian measure? Is it a democracy? Is it a tyranny? Is it a republic? There are various determinacies, and then each has its own particularization. So yeah, and I just repeat this: what is valid for the particular is valid for all the singulars which are contained under. What is valid for the universal is valid for all the particulars which are contained under, and therefore what is valid for the universal is valid for all the singulars, but the reverse is not true, because the determinations of the singulars and the particulars are in contradiction with one another. Free trade, socialism, nationalism, the various Europeans, Native Americans, Sub-Saharan Africans, Asians, etc. They are what they are because they are distinct from the others. So there can be opposition or conflicts or cooperation, and the same goes on the level of the singular. The singular, they are fully determined, but they are opposed to one another, and then they can seek. And that's what they do. They try to find unity on a higher level by joining particular groups, either politically, sociologically, religiously, culturally. They unite, they seek a collective identity by seeking to identify with particular groups in which they find their own identity reflected on a higher level. And and the universal is comprised of all the particularities and eventually all the singularities. So yeah, the movement from bottom to top is a movement of abstraction, and the movement from top to bottom is a movement of determination. So abstraction, determination, abstraction, determination, abstraction, determination. Yeah. And here an example: to study this really simple formal structure of logic is kind of abstract, because here it would be more concrete, more determinations. What am I talking about? But this abstraction enables then to understand all particular types of objects, namely countries, human beings, objects, topic of the sciences, field of endeavor, etc., etc. And the reason, here I'll make a brief comment, the reason why people do not like, usually the ordinary people, here I'm in a mood to make a joke about the Anglo-Saxons. the practical, business-minded, down-to-earth, common-sense Anglo-Saxon, he has a lot of qualities which are worth praising, but also he can be a little bit narrow-minded in the sense that the typical Anglo-Saxon, when one talks about abstractions of German metaphysics, he said that that's completely useless. We are a practical people. I mean, when they talk collectively as a people, they say, I am a practical businessman. I care only about immediate making money, business cycle, etc. Which, of course, it's common sense. But what it's here, it's a caricature, but it's a particular feature of the Anglo-Saxon mind, as we will see later, which is a quality. It has its limitation, precisely because what is qualified. Here I am in the mood to make my logical jokes. They are getting old, but yeah. So Bestimmtheit, it's the quality. So yeah, the narrow-mindedness of the typical Anglo-Saxon practical person is a quality, but because it's a quality, it's also a limitation. But basically, what ordinary people they don't like too much thinking, abstract thinking, because they say, what I care about is, I don't know, I want to open a business, a hairdresser, a baker, a plumber, a shop which sells dresses or clothes, etc. I don't care about economics. But what they don't understand is that the universal laws of economics, they are made manifest in each particular sector, each particular division of the economy, and it is reflected in each singular institution or business. What is valid for economics or for any other, what is valid in physics, what is valid in sociology, the more abstract determinations of the scientific divisions of being, of the encyclopedia, we'll talk about this soon after, they are made manifest in each singular case, namely, yeah, that's why there are people who are the intellectuals, they study the pure abstractions, and they are the more down-to-earth, concrete people who are plunged into ordinary reality. But ordinary reality, in a way, is a reflection of partly the universal determinations. That's why to unite both is kind of my task, one might say. Yeah. The reason why the narrow-minded people criticize the intellectuals is because they believe that there is a disconnection between their particular concrete situation and the abstractions of the metaphysician. But actually, the abstractions of the metaphysician, they are reflected in each singular case. That's why it's important to study logic, yeah, and metaphysics. Yeah. Okay. So now I will make a brief pause. Okay, this is a very broad presentation of the totality of being, which is God. Because God is, and within the totality of being, there is being. So God is not within, God is the totality of being. So there is a misunderstanding about what God is, but yeah. So I will show very briefly, I have simplified to the utmost, I will show the three fundamental divisions of being, whatever is. Existence is already too determined, but it's the universe, one might say, and everything in it, and above or beyond, yeah, so it's a three-part process: logic, nature, and Geist. Here I am forced to talk German because it can be spirit, but spirit is not the proper term, it's Geist. And here it's the pure thought, the physical world, the world of human consciousness, human mind, and the human soul and the human spirit. I simplified to the utmost. Now I will talk for a few minutes in closer detail. Okay, logic. Logic is the first part, one might say, the first moment of the process of being, which is whatever is. I realize that it's way too abstract, so logic is the science of the determinations of thought, which are the categories of the mind, which are the pure abstractions that God uses to think about himself, and to structure and order and rationalize, and precisely reason and rationality are brought forth and within the logical process itself. But these are the logical categories. These are the building blocks, the elements of thought. And God, in the beginning, it's not a chronological beginning. It's okay. I will not to complexify too much. Let us say that God is a mind, is a pure mind, the pure thought, thinking itself, and thought is relation to itself, but also categorization of itself. This is how the categories are the mental boxes that humans use, but actually God as well, use to think about himself and about the world and about the interconnectedness and the interrelatedness of the subject and the object. And the categories, I have made countless videos, but the categories I will just simplify. For instance, the categories. Quality, quantity, measure, appearance, existence and ground, actuality, here it's already too complex, but phenomenon, force, exteriorization, whole and parts, cause and effect, conditions, possibility, necessity, etc., etc. And the concepts, particular, singular, universal, that which I talked about briefly earlier, and the rules of reasoning, the laws of reasoning. So God is partly, when I say a pure mind, a pure thought, an intelligence, a pure intelligence, and this intelligence brings forth a world, exteriorizes itself and brings forth what we call nature. That is one way of envisioning the creation. The creation of the world is the manifestation of the mind of God in the physical realm, and nature is structured in three parts as well: mechanics, physics, and organic physics. And here I simplify nature because I imagine that eventually at some moment people will watch my video, so I have to talk to everyone, although I want to talk to specific people, but I have to talk to the broadest possible audience. I imagine that eventually at some moment people will watch this, so I try to simplify really for purposes of accessibility. Mechanics is the realm of time, space, matter, movement, energy, namely the physical world, and also astronomy, the movement of the celestial body, the moon, the sun, the planets, the stars, the rotation of the earth, and the material world and the structure of the material world and the movement of objects within time and space. That's really the most basic definition. Then physics here, so that's part of what we call physics. Here physics means chemistry, namely the interaction on the level of electrons, on atoms and molecules, the interaction of the physical substances to bring about changes of configuration in the material objects, to reshape, restructure them and change their properties, their qualities. So here it's abstract physics, and here it's more qualitative physics, namely the properties, the physical properties of objects in their touch, their faculty of changing from liquid, solid, vapor, heat, electricity, magnetism, the physical properties of objects. And here, organische Physik is what we would call the earth sciences and biology, namely geology, the structure and also the science of the determinations of the planet Earth as a living totality, as a cosmic, in a cosmic interaction with all the other planets, but also with its own inherent life, the geology, the climate, the meteorology, the ocean and the earth, etc. The botanics, namely the study, and it's not a study, it's the structure of how things are on the planet, namely the life of living organism, their formative, their inherently formative process, namely trees, forests, herbs, flowers, they bloom, they develop, they grow, etc. It would include also biology in the broadest sense, but here it's mostly on the faculty of self-configuration, self-structure, self-formation of organisms. Here it's the earth as a organic totality, mostly botanic organism, and here zoological organism, namely animals, self-moving, self-determining organism, which includes all the orders of animals, and eventually humans as well. So this is the second moment. So what we call nature is simply the objective world within time and space, which is structured into physics. Here it's called physics, but actually it's chemistry, physics, chemistry, biology, and the earth sciences, basically. That's the moment of the manifestation of God. So we live, in a sense, we live within God, we live within nature, but it's not the real God of the pure intellect, but it's the exteriorization, the manifestation, the revelation of God, namely the fact that there is a physical universe, there is a cosmos, it is rationally ordered and structured. That's why logic exteriorizes itself. That's why there are laws and recurrences and patterns and structures and recurrent shapes within nature, and that's why nature is quantitatively determined, because it can be intellectually grasped, because it is a reflection of the mind of God. And the third moment is the philosophy of Geist, which is the relationship of consciousness to this objective world and also to itself. And here we have three moments: subjective, objective, and absoluter Geist. Namely, subjective Geist includes what we call anthropology, the phenomenology of Geist consciousness, and psychology, their Geist as such. So it would include, in ordinary language, the study of the soul, namely man as a natural being. That's what anthropology means, the study of man in his natural determinacy. The study of the consciousness of man, which is the relationship of the self to an object, which can be itself in self-reflection or self-consciousness, or another. That's what we experience in sensuous consciousness or perception, namely the awareness of an external world in which or to which we are in connection with. And psychology, it would be the inner determinations of the mind or the soul in a psychological sense. Here it's the soul in a natural sense, the unity with the body. And here it would be more the interiority, the psychological self, namely the emotions, the feelings, but also the intelligence, the faculties of the mind, imagination, memory, etc. So this is man as a subjective creature. And here their objective Geist is the realm of institutions, namely collectively organized and collectively structured life between various anthropological individuals. So here the Geist, which literally means spirit, but actually it's here soul, consciousness, mind, and psyche. This Geist is being in unity with man inwardly or in his direct relationship to his own biological and natural determinations. And here in their objective Geist, the mind is made exterior, man exteriorizing his own mind in institutions, and that's why law, legislation, constitution, rights, etc., morality, and Sittlichkeit, which means common life or ethics, it's an exteriorization of the spirit here of man in an invisible structure of reality. So here, nature is already structured by invisible laws, the laws of nature, which are derived from mathematics and logic, and through institutions, through the realm of institutions, namely the organization of the collective life, men give themselves, actually it's God, but let us pretend, men give themselves laws to enable a collective, a peaceful and prosperous and functioning collective life, to try to alleviate the conflicts between the various individuals, and to make a collective life not only possible but as satisfying as it can get. And only through a set of law, here it's connected to the UPS, the universality, only through a universal set of legislation, namely that which is valid for all, can men learn to live collectively. And morality is the interiority of self-reflecting consciousness in the terms of moral. Here it's consciousness in the sense of awareness, and here it's moral consciousness, namely what ought to be done, what should I do, how should I behave on a personal level. But the law is that which has to be obeyed collectively on a social level, whereas morality is a more introspection, relation to self, and eventually to God as the moral principle. And Sittlichkeit is really institutions and collective life, and here we have a family as a social unit for reproduction and education and upbringing of children, etc. Here, the civil society includes economics, sociology, technology, and finance, etc., etc. So the collective life of a people organized to maintain and preserve and reinforce his own survival and his own well-being collectively. Is the realm of work and exchange and money and contracts. That it's, although determined by legislation, this is here where the production occurs, and humans gather to collectively share their intelligence, wealth, sometimes their insanity, but let us be positive now. And here, der Staat means the state, the realms of politics, geopolitics, history, etc., etc. And they are all interconnected. And finally, der absolute Geist is the way in which humans represent themselves to themselves, or represent God or the divine, which is the transcendent. But already law, morality, and Sittlichkeit, they are transcendent in the sense that economic production is very concrete, but it obeys abstract laws. Morality is very personal, but it ought to obey universal standards. Law is the manifestation of a universal requirements for all citizens, all humans of a community, belonging to a community. So art, here it means art. Humans unconsciously or sometimes consciously represent themselves, their own essence, their own spiritual substance, and they give their own spiritual substance, which is actually God, a presence, to be contemplated in the realm of the sensation for the beautiful contemplation of the divine. And here we have religion, which is the relationship of man to the universal spiritual substance, which is God. If you have followed the reasoning, there is an invisible presence within nature. There is the physical manifestation, but the invisible presence is the ordering principle, that which is the mind of God. And this invisible tie is still partly present through the Geist of man, but also through the institutions of man. And what people understand when the word God is used is the God of the religion, namely the God of the revelation, of the transcendence, etc. But all the other aspects are moments of the same one totality developing and unfolding itself, which is God. And the philosophy is the thinking activity of man, eventually, which tries to reconstruct or to grasp the whole, the totality, in its process. So we begin with pure thought, exteriorization in nature, which gives rise to the physical world, humans thinking and acting together and giving themselves a self-consciousness through institutions and artistic expressions. And this totality, this process, is God. So that's why God can become conscious of himself through man, through the self-reflective activity of man. And here philosophy is the conceptual grasping of the totality. Here it's really simplified. And it's logic returning into itself in a way. So yeah, so that's what I could say. And what people call God, the reason why people do not believe in God is because what they call God is just the God of religion. They think of God as some sort of a transcendent presence, which is partly true, but living God knows where, and they do not see God in the process unfolding itself. Yeah, and here, what happens with the internet is that information, so here we have to enter the realm of Sittlichkeit. Information is made public, so information, the internet, computer, etc. would be die bürgerliche Gesellschaft. Humans can exchange information about their experience of the world, whether their artistic taste by listening to music, their religious views, their philosophical insights, their psychological problems, their anthropological characteristics, the legislation of their country, their moral struggles, their family life, their political views, their economic opportunities or lack of, etc., etc., or sometimes the interest on science and or climate change, or the interest on the development of science and knowledge, or sometimes some people they make videos about logic that no one watches because it's way too abstract and thought to be boring, although it's not really that boring when one understands the importance. So here here I will just show the whole process. Through the process of the internet, through the development of the internet, the cosmic mind, which is actually the mind of God, becomes conscious of itself because all the individuals can share their viewpoints on the totality, and the totality becoming conscious of itself through man in the realm of collective life and through artistic expression is God discovering or recovering or creating or recreating, I don't know, his own mind. And this is the process of the revelation, when I say, namely the self-thinking activity of this pure mind, which thinks itself but exteriorizes itself, and from this exteriorization comes back into himself by thinking about its own process. That's what I identify with, and that's what I have been working on for years. One might say, let's pretend that I have worked. If I said so, I said I have worked for years. Actually, it's been mostly months, but yeah, I will not talk about my personal determinations, but simply what I know. It's been 1 hour. What I know, what I will now share is my view as the negative of the substance of the life, the spiritual life and intellectual life of a few countries, English-speaking countries mostly, and the view of nature and the view of becoming conscious of itself. But it's been 1 hour and 3 minutes. I will make a short pause. Okay, I will just illustrate the category, the quantitative category of intensity and extension, namely what is extended, what is widespread, what is broad, what is valid for many people, what is of a wide range, what is extended, etc. Is somehow intense in terms of quality or interest or meaning or interest, or yeah, and what is intense in terms of depth, intensity can be the depth of a thought, or an elevated thought, or intensity of character, of strength of will, etc., has to become extended because the two are mutually connected. And namely, what I have understood is that because people are allowed to express their thoughts on the internet, eventually the truth, which is the totality becoming conscious of itself, has to emerge. And there are many people who speak very intelligent views on the internet, but as of now, their thoughts are very intense in terms of depth, complexity in a good sense, the quality, the insight, etc. It's very intense, but it's not yet very extended because it takes time to adjust. But eventually, we live in an age where the most intensive thoughts, namely the deepest, the most profound, will have to become extended, and it will be shown at some moment that the most extended views made manifest in pop culture, movies, famous tales and stories, common sense, one might say, they contain profound wisdom. So what is extended eventually is kind of profound. That's the good aspect for those who feel a little bit screwed by the process. They will say, okay, just common sense, actually it's kind of profound, not always, but most of the time. And the most highly speculative thinking activity of the German metaphysician, actually they have to become extended and not just remain an empty abstraction. And we are living an age of revelation, what the Christians call the apocalypse, but also of restoration in a way, in a sense that intense thoughts will have to become extended, widespread, and well known eventually. And that's an example in pop culture. Sometimes artists, their music become widely spread, and they do not understand why. It's because it's very intense in terms of talent, artistic creativity, emotion, or whatever. So it has to become extended eventually. So I will show my view of the intellectual and spiritual life, mostly of English-speaking Western countries, but also Germany. And there are people who make videos on YouTube with a very small, very small quantity of followers. But these people, they will have to become extended, namely famous and widespread eventually, because they develop very profound thoughts. And all the thoughts are made available on the internet, which enable kind of a competition and a contradiction of all viewpoints, but the most coherent and intelligent and maybe wise and the best have to emerge out of this mutually reciprocally determining process. And the profound thoughts, the elevated thoughts, the deep insights, the intense wisdom has to become extended eventually. That's the process that we are living through. So people who develop profound ideas, they will become famous eventually, and it's kind of difficult to get used to that. But yeah, we live an age of revelation, but also restoration. Namely, the truth is emerging, the intellectual truth, and it has to become adequate to its own concept, and namely to extend and to convince the broadest quantity of people possible. So yeah. So now I will make a short pause and I will continue later. Okay, this is the formal view of being, the process of being, the process of God. So I just show the full view and then I zoom in. We have the first moment. It's what I showed earlier, but it's slightly organized differently. So we have logic, nature, which is the realm of mechanics, physics, and biology and geology, to simplify, and the philosophy of Geist, which is the realm of the study of the soul, the consciousness, the psyche, the mind, and the spirit eventually. So human consciousness. To simplify, it's the idea of God, the mind of God, the physical world, and the human world. I cannot simplify more. It's actually, it's not completely true, but really, if I have to simplify. And each part of this process is subdivided into various parts. So here we have the divisions of logic, being, essence, concept. I will not make a lecture on logic. The subdivision of nature, mechanics is time, space, matter, movement. Astronomy, to simplify. Qualitative physics, the properties, the sensuous, perceptible properties of the physical world and of the material world, and geology, biology, zoology, anatomy, etc. So the scientific, it's the structure of organism, and also the scientific study of these structures. Here are the subdivisions: geological nature, botanic nature, animal nature. And here, Geist, we have the subdivision. I translate briefly. The soul, the consciousness, the Geist in a sense of the psychology, the psyche, law, morality, Sittlichkeit, subdivided in family, civil society, state, finally art, religion, and philosophy. So all there is in the process of unfolding itself is contained formally, I mean just the abstract element, within these subdivisions. So it's my purpose, I don't know if I've already mentioned this in this video, probably not, is to conquer the world with my mind, which is my own exteriorization in a way. I am building my strategy, one might say, and this formal aspect can be used to classify everything. But here I'm talking about countries, namely determinations of objective or Geist, which exist within a geographical position inhabited by a specific people with a specific psychology. And I will show the order for the Anglo-Saxons countries outside of Europe, namely mostly the United States of America, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa. And I will comment not systematically, just briefly, and the names which appear, I will very briefly comment. I just show the whole process. So I'll make a brief pause. Okay, here are just formal annotations. Okay. Formal annotations, as I was saying. The typography. So here are people with YouTube channels in bold green with a clear yellow background. In bold and green, these are living individuals. In bold and black, usually on the left hand of the category, the left side of the category, these are dead individuals, but whose spirit, in a sense, whose intellectual legacy is made manifest by living individuals incorporating within their own mind the legacy, the intellectual legacy of at least some of famous, influential, dead individuals. In pink, these are the categories which structure the collective life of a country, and in yellow, with a yellow background, these are people who are very spiritual, very intelligent, and or who have been inspired by the Spirit of God. And namely, I have recognized my own spirit in some individuals, so they are spiritual, the spiritual elite, one might say. I do not always understand how it happened, but there are some individuals in whom the Spirit of God lives, although they may not be aware of this, or they do not understand the process, but they will be on this list, and we are one spiritual community, and you are the most enlightened as of now, and probably until whatever end, because you are spiritual and brilliant. So yeah. So I will show the broad view, and then I will comment more closely. So here's the view. I will show the view of, since we're talking about, okay, it's not very aesthetically satisfying, I understand, but I have invested on the intellectual aspect, although here it's not very serious intellectually, it's just a random comment, but yeah. So these countries that I'm about to talk about, these are Anglo-Saxon offshoots, colonies. Historically, these are colonies which are offshoots of England and Scotland and northwestern Europe, to simplify. So here I will not see. I will do this. I will just make a pause. So these countries, U.S., Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, they all share in common the particularity of having been historically Anglo-Saxon colonies, so mostly populated by Anglo-Saxon people or Nordic, Northwestern Europeans, with a Protestant religion, free market, libertarian economic ethics. And then these are particularities that they all share in common. They all speak, the majority of the population speak the English language. But then there are various Bestimmtheiten, determinacies, which differentiate them. For instance, the US are in northwestern or the northern hemisphere, and Australia, South Africa, and New Zealand are in the southern hemisphere, and there are various other determinations. Maybe the social welfare is more prominent in Canada. I don't know. I don't even know. But there are many differences. But they all share in common the particularities of being Protestant, white Anglo-Saxon colonies historically. So they all share these particularities in common: language, religion, anthropology, institutions, ethics, and kind of problematic relationship with the native inhabitants of the countries. But yeah. So here's the broad view of the intellectual and spiritual life of these countries, and I will just show briefly the whole picture, and then I will comment. So here's the whole process. And it is structured. It's not very aesthetically pleasing, but it is structured logically. So here I just show. We don't see it, but that's normal when I say that's intended, in a sense that here in blue we have the logic. Here in green we have the philosophy of nature, probably up until the philosophy of nature. Here in orange, and all the subsequent categories are the philosophy of Geist, namely subjectiver Geist, anthropology, phenomenology, psychology, to simplify. And it continues here, and here we have objectiver Geist, here and here and here, and finally here we have absoluter Geist. If you don't know what it is, you can skip back a little in the video. I will not explain again. So I just show even further, logic, nature, subjectiver Geist, objectiver Geist, absoluter Geist. Namely, all the determinations of the country in their formal aspect, they are present here. Of course, it's lacking in terms of content. It's not. It does not include everyone fully determined, but it shows the broad structure of a country. Namely, here all I will zoom later. We will see the names, the processes at work, etc. But here we have there aren't many logicians and metaphysicians in the US and in the Anglo-Saxon countries. But here, for instance, we have these people. They are modern and dead scientists regarding the sciences of nature, physics, chemistry, biology, the earth sciences. So they are here. Here are the formal categories of subjektiver Geist, and here are scientists. On the left, here we have dead people, and on the right, we have modern people who have been inspired by the ideas, but who have developed their work further. So here are all the scientific achievements of these countries. And here, in the realm of objektiver Geist, this is the realm of most political, economic, ethical, moral, cultural, sociological, geopolitical opposition. So here, in the realm of science, there shouldn't be, I mean, sometimes there are, but there shouldn't be any political biases. But here, in the realm of objektiver Geist, namely the realm of institutions, it is broadly and kind of partly rigorously, but it's not always very thorough, very accurate. But the broad tendency is an opposition between what would be the left and the right. So it's left versus right, but it's much more complicated than that. But it's really a simple division. And here, in the realm of absoluter Geist, politics is not really that important. There are still right-leaning tendencies and left-leaning, but it's not really political here. It's just in order to balance. But yeah, so here what I will show, it's the leftist view, and here we have the right-wing view, and yeah, on the various topics of debate included within objektiver Geist. So now I'll make a brief pause. Okay, so let us begin with logic. So here, it's the formal presentation of the process of God, the beginning of the process from a formal point of view. And here we have the divisions of the logic, being, essence, concept. I haven't translated in English because people, they can make an effort to speak a little bit of German. It's the language of philosophy, and maybe the language of God when he's in his best, hopefully, in his best moments, whatever. So here are the categories of modern branches of science. I mean, modern, not specifically modern, but usual categories of the classification of the science, namely the doctrine of being in ordinary philosophical language is ontology, and it contains also mathematics. So all the mathematicians and the ontologists, there aren't many people who think about ontology in the Anglo-Saxon countries, but if somehow if there is an ontologist in Australia or in the US, probably in some desert wing of an American college somewhere, there are people who think and reflect upon ontology. And if they are really, if they reflect upon ontology and if they are smart, they should know that reflected being is no longer being its essence. That's the logic of reflection, the essence. Here it's really a joke for the select few. If there are people who get bored somehow at some moment in their office, in some whatever college or wherever, if they find this funny or whatever. Yeah, so yeah. So basically what the reason why I'm presenting the formal structure is because as an empirical individual, I do not live in these countries, and I am limited by I have a limited cognitive ability, a limited culture, a limited faculties, a limited time, a limited leisure, limited means, etc. I cannot list the totality of all the mathematicians and the speculative or not so speculative thinkers that these countries have produced. But the purpose of making this video is precisely, I should have made this earlier, that this document, the formal aspect, not the formal in terms of aesthetics, in terms of logical structure, has to become the public property of the substance. Did I talk about the substance? No, I think I didn't, because it would be too complex. Basically, other humans have to use this document to think about themselves and about God and about the world, and only a native person of one of these countries with a sufficient intelligence, culture, and free time to register could list all the mathematicians, their achievements, the discoveries of mathematics, etc. So I won't do this. I just show the structure. So here, the doctrine of essence, we would have metaphysics. I won't make the joke, but there aren't many metaphysicians in the Anglo-Saxon countries. Thank God, they might say. We are happier with our empiricism. I try to balance between German metaphysics and Anglo-Saxon common sense, and to find my joy, I don't know, my balance between the two. Yeah, so here what contains logic basically is ontology. So the doctrine, the study, the doctrine, the theoretical consideration of the determination of being, mathematics. People know about mathematics, hopefully. Metaphysics, logic as such, namely the science of the thought, determinations, and the proper way of reasoning and thinking and of concluding and inferring and deducing, etc. And epistemology, which is the theory of knowledge. And here there will be in the category of philosophy, because there are good Anglo-Saxon epistemologists, obviously. But yeah, so now we go into the realm of nature, and here it's becoming more intelligible, maybe. So here it's divided in mechanic, physics, and organic physics, and the subdivision are physics, chemistry, geology, and biology. So here are the categories of the modern sciences with which humans think about in nature, and here are important. It's not a thorough work, because precisely my message consists in saying that I have decided to share in as intelligible a way as it can be my documents, while knowing that they are far from being even remotely complete. It's just a formal structure that I have completed with my empirical knowledge of some. I mean, vaguely, I vaguely know who these people are, and if they are on this list, I vaguely know who they are. There are maybe a few that are really added for the purpose of pretending that I know more than I really do, but actually, I broadly know who these people are. So here, physicists in these Anglo-Saxon countries, there's Rutherford from New Zealand and Feynman. They are famous, important theoretical physicists who have brought contribution to mankind, and they are here. I will just show this on the bold black and on the left side. They are dead, but their ideas in the ordinary sense, their discoveries, their theoretical work, their influence, their impact upon the development of science is felt on a world scale. Namely, these people, I mean, Feynman maybe is mostly famous in the US, but he's respected among the scientific community all over the world. Here it's connected with what I said at the beginning. There's only one being and only one mind, and the ideas of Feynman, like the ideas of Newton and Einstein and Max Planck and Heisenberg and Schrödinger, they exist. Here it's important, they exist, they are made manifest in the mind of all the physicists or the student of physics all over the world, whatever their particular determinations, who are capable of grasping these ideas. So that's why it's kind of a spiritual process, but it's mostly because here there's what we call chauvinism, and in this sense it's not bad to be proud. If the American students are proud of having Richard Feynman as one of them, as a representative of the intelligence and the thinking ability of Americans, at least how they were a few decades ago in the official chronology. At least if pride in one's country can help the development of science, that's good, because yeah, I'm not even sure that most Americans know who Richard Feynman is. That's one of the reasons why I failed to communicate, maybe. So yeah, Lawrence Krauss, John Hagelin, Neil deGrasse Tyson, these are modern American physicists who contain here, these are figures of consciousness in the sense that they are brilliant intellectuals, physicists, who encompass and embody within their mind, when they speak about physics, universal knowledge. So the United States is one of the leading centers in terms of theoretical knowledge about physics, about the cosmos, about the knowledge that the cosmos has of itself. The US are one of the spiritual center to this day. And the conferences of these people are available on YouTube. Here we have biologists, geologists, what would be classified in organic physics. So here are important names: Stephen Jay Gould, Richard Lewontin, Terence McKenna. They are dead, but here are modern scientists who study this topic. Broadly here it's partly geology, partly biology. He wrote a book about mycelia, and she's apparently a partly native Amerindian researcher who writes about biology and the biology of plants. So these in the US they possess the knowledge of important determination of the biological aspect of nature. Here, ecologists, I will not comment systematically. Australia, US, yeah. Okay, now we enter the realm of so these are important names in the US and in the realm of science, but there are many others. Every PhD who writes a good paper could be listed, but here I really went to the point. These are maybe the most important, and those that I have heard about, or those who have been influential. Here I've cheated a little bit because I know who Donella and Dennis Meadows are and what they have done, but these two people, I added them just to pretend to add a little bit of balance. But as long as I can work, here I make a personal remark, as long as I can work, if others do not pick up my view, I will keep improving my what I call my system and incorporate more and more data, knowledge and structure, etc. Yeah, so here, anthropology. So I just briefly show the process. So we began with logic. We saw that there aren't many metaphysicians and ontologists in the Anglo-Saxon countries, predominantly Anglo-Saxon, historically Anglo-Saxon. There are more biologists, physicists, etc. And now we will study the realm of subjective ergies. So briefly all this part. And yeah, here there will be famous scientists and more random, I mean they are not random, but less well-known YouTubers, but who develop profound ideas. So here we have, in the realm of cultural anthropology, Franz Boas and Margaret Mead, who were and have been influential in the US since the 1930s on their view of anthropology, which is kind of non-realist. They leave aside the racial determination of man, which can be misleading, which is misleading in a way, but it's part of the process of unclosing or discovering the truth. Here are here's an important sociobiologist, Edward O. Wilson. So sociobiology is the unity, the continuity between biology, zoology, anatomy, physiology, and anthropology, namely the idea that, in the ordinary sense, that human behavior is determined by biology. And it's kind of an idea which is not widely accepted in the modern political context. Here are scientists who studied the question of race from a realistic perspective, namely they take into account the racial determination, the anthropological determination of man, and their knowledge has enabled to understand the variety and diversity of human groups. Here are modern sociobiologists. Their names can be found on the internet, the kind of books that they have published. Sam Harris, he's famous for his books about evolutionary psychology. They are responsible for bringing back slightly an aspect of sociobiology in their books, and he wrote about group evolutionary strategy concerning the Jewish people, but also European individualism in a good sense, the individualist tradition and stuff. So here are the ordered principle, the ordered structure of the encyclopedia. So we have anthropology, sociobiology, demographics, psychoanalysis, psychiatry, and magic. And here are not very famous in terms of quantitative number, but people who, mostly in America or English-speaking persons, who develop ideas, view about magic, witchcraft, tarot, Wicca, Asatru, namely a connection with the spirits or the forces or the energies or the vibrations of nature. And these people they are women. I mean, he's not a woman, but he's a man. But these women, they are in connection with nature. They are, in a sense, it's not really rigorous, but they are in connection with their cosmic self, because their soul has not psychiatric, but I would say psychic and magical powers in a way. That this is the modern revival of a cosmic unity with nature through various ways of they have many followers, so they are kind of famous, more famous than these people. Here's the boring aspect, but actually this is really the interesting aspect, but people find this boring. They are more interested in witchcraft, psychic power, etc., etc. But these are determination of nature of the anthropology. These are the soul, in the anthropological sense, of people. Yeah, and people are interested in this. So yeah. Phenomenology, that's the process of consciousness. So here we have psychology. Here are famous classical American psychologists. American, he was of Jewish origin, who studied the question of IQ in the US in the second half of the 20th century, and who published a book about the decline of intelligence in America due to dysgenic processes. So he's a very honest, lucid, clear-minded writer. Here he talks about differences within the various ethnic and racial groups in terms of quantitative determination of intelligence. Isaac Asimov is a science fiction writer, but he also wrote a book about humor. He was very smart, and yeah. So here are really great contributors, especially here, to the knowledge and the understanding of human intelligence. Here's a YouTuber who made video about psychology. It's personal health and self-development, and there are very good insights. So eventually maybe it will become widespread, because a very intelligent, enlightened, insightful person, they will become famous at some moment because the logical unity of intensity and extension. Okay, here are Jewish comedians. Jewish humor can be quite funny. Here are American Jews who study linguistics, Steven Pinker and Noam Chomsky. They are very famous, but what I'm trying to express is that in order to understand, one has to see the whole process, namely logic, nature, subjektiver, objektiver und absoluter Geist. And the problem, I mean, that's a problem for me and maybe for them, I don't know, but of modern scientists is that they are completely focused on their particular view, theoretical physics, the study of mycelia biology, growth and the limit of economic growth in a ecologically limited environment, evolutionary biology. They see only one aspect, and they do not have the time or the interest probably, but do not have the time to study the full picture, and only the totality. Only through the mediation of the totality, through the view of the totality, can any single endeavor or individual or discovery can be made intelligible. So here are a few names, kind of famous, in the realm of logic, nature, and subjektiver Geist. And now I will go to objektiver Geist. Here is the realm of politics, so it's a little bit more controversial. I try to structure on the left and on the right, and I will go step by step. I will show the left wing and then the right wing for each determination. So here we are in the realm of das Recht, which means law, which is divided broadly in rights, crime, and moral and money and banking. So here I haven't put. I'm not in the mood to make a joke. I'll say most criminals are on the left, but actually they are also on the right. But yeah, I will not make a joke. But basically, here only a native citizen who is interested in the legislative life of whatever country can list which intellectual, depending on his level of influence and importance, whether he's kind of on the left on the questions of rights, what kind of individual rights, federal rights, constitutional rights. So here only not only a native citizen, but also an expert in rights and yeah, that's what others have to do. I put the burden of working on this aspect onto others. Well, I could do this, but I have more. I would say no, I wouldn't say more interesting. Actually, yes, but more important. But those whose entire professional life consists in studying legislation in one of these countries, they could fill in the blanks with the names, the various subdivisions of the institution, the branches of rights, etc. Yeah. And here on the right, I just put important rights from the perspective of Americans: free speech, right to bear arms, freedom of association. The question of crime. Crime is denounced, here it's mostly in the US, by these people. He wrote books about crime, so did he, so do they. AMREN, American Renaissance, they publish documents about the nature and the quantitative determination of criminals in the US. Here is a more theoretical study by James Q. Wilson, who published a book about crime in the US. On the question of money and banking, on the left we have one leader of the Federal Reserve. I could have added Ben Bernanke. No, I don't know, whoever. So all the leaders of the directors of the Fed, the Federal Reserve, namely the central bank of the United States. There is a leftist critique of the monetary system, Mr. Zarlenga. There is a criticism of debt enslavement or debt slavery, namely the bondage of debt. There was a critique by David Graeber, an anarchist left-wing critique. Kind of, it's not really leftist, but it's anarcho-communist critique. And here, Mrs. Ellen Hodgson Brown, the books can be found on the internet. They criticized the enslavement through the debt system. So here, it's kind of the Federal Reserve. These people, they oppose one way or another the Fed. They do not necessarily talk about this directly, but at least the effect. So they are on the left because here it's a leftist critique. But actually, if to criticize the Fed is considered to be right-wing, they should be on the right. But they are politically, they are leftist, these people. So now we will see the right-wing perspective. There is almost every night, every day, Mr. Ron Paul in the Ron Paul Liberty Report on YouTube, who criticized the Fed. He is, I don't know for how many years he's been doing this, but at least he's consistent. He criticizes the Fed almost every day, and he finds meaning probably, and his audience consider him as some sort of an American hero, which he is. So credit to Mr. Ron Paul for his consistency and his tenacity. And yeah, Edward Griffin wrote a book about the conditions in which officially the Fed was born in 1913, The Creature of Jekyll Island. It can be found on the internet. Irving Fisher, he wrote a book about money. So here it's more a libertarian critique of the Fed. Here it would be a more leftist critique, but they all agree that the Federal Reserve is a problem for prosperity, the freedom, and the safety of the American people and people abroad as well. Because, morality. Here I have included the moral topics which are most heavily debated in the modern Western world, but mostly Anglo-Saxon world, namely the question of racism, because the notion of sin, redemption, guilt is concerning the question of race. It's no longer sex like in the 19th century, or disbelief or heresy like it was in the Middle Ages, or criticizing the king like it was up until the 18th century. It's around the question of race. This is the moral topic of our age, which shapes the moral life of mostly the Anglo-Saxon countries, mostly the US, but also England. It's not here included here, but mostly the Anglo-Saxon country because of their Puritanism. Here it's been there's a puritanical anti-racism. So here are anti-racist thinkers, white or non-white, and no, that's a video that can be found on YouTube. I will just pick up the name. Okay, I had written the name. That's the proof. God is on my side. I am honest. No, but I just watched this video, and honestly, it's quite comical. It's an Afro-American who went underground in the alt-right, making himself pretend that he was a white nationalist. The video can be found on YouTube. Here we have non-racist criticism of Jews. He's a Jew. He's an ethnomasochistic Jew. Here we have an ethnomasochistic white person, an ethnomasochistic Jew, and here are criticism of the Jews from the perspective of a white perspective, Catholic, and here probably left wing. And on the right wing, he wrote books about whiteness, the original sin. She's a young YouTuber who criticizes the excesses of the not of anti-racism, but of the LGBTQ ideology, the brainwashing in American universities. Black Pigeon Speaks is kind of more than alt-light, but is radical critique of modernity. The culture war. Here are people. Okay, I erased one line because here that's the reason why the name was missing. There was another name here, but whatever. So here are people who wrote books about cultural Marxism, which is a reaction. So the two sides are mutually and reciprocally determining one another. And here, Michael Jones, he's on both sides. He's quite of a complex figure. Yeah. I put her here, but actually she belongs maybe here. So here the classification is kind of dubious. It's really just to illustrate. And this is the spiritual and intellectual life of a country. Namely, these people, they express themselves probably every day, either on internet or on television. These people as well, or on the news or whatever. This is how the life of mind and Geist and spirit is structured. So here we have an anarcho-primitivist. I'm not sure that it's really in the realm of it's in the realm of Zitishka. It could have been in the realm of economics, but I put this here. Yeah, let us put that here. That's why it's not very rigorous, but it's just to illustrate. He was of course a terrorist, Kaczynski. He killed people by sending them bombs. He was a mathematical. He still is. He's in prison. A mathematical genius. And since my intention in the long term, or I don't know, is to take over the world through a cognitive process, and I would like to release the prisoners because from the perspective of Lutheran, Martin Luther, not Martin Luther King, Martin Luther, the German monk. There is no free will, at least for others than God. He was not free, strictly speaking. I'm not defending, eventually I will have to, from a strictly religious standpoint, but he was determined. By theological determinism in a way. So he eventually, if he hears this at some moment, I don't know, he will understand, and yeah. So he has to be released, not because, but because he was like all other prisoners. But here it's complex theological question, because the people who put the criminals in prison, they are determined to chase the criminals, and the criminals, they are determined to perpetrate their acts. So everyone is determined, except God, and except maybe people, when they understand their own determinism, they can be liberated. That's what I've been trying to share, and I will keep trying. Yeah, so here are Judith Butler, very famous. Naomi Walsh, she wrote good books about feminism, and here is a YouTuber about LGBTQ. So here's the kind of left-wing perspective. And on the right wing, there's of course Mr. Peterson, who makes videos almost every day. He has many identities, but here it can be in the conservatives instead of traditional values: family, marriage, sexual restraints, sparing money, working hard, self-discipline, etc. He tries, he's the embodiment, he's a figure of consciousness which attracts millions of viewers because he tries to restore the balance of decades of left-wing, these people are not responsible, but they are the embodiment of, and the result of decades of left-leaning ideology. And now there's a restoration on the right. Libertarians, then again, they will appear several times. Ron Paul, Ron Paul is everywhere in the US. Thank God, one might say. In my view, Ron Paul is everywhere because he talks about the Fed. He talks about more traditional, in his books at least, a more traditionalist perspective on collective life, and so does Charles Murray. So they are the common sense American who appear out of the hat of the magician. There's not a rabbit coming out of the hat, but libertarians with common sense to try to restore the balance of a society gone a little bit too much on the left. And this is an attempt, that's why they are as determined as Kaczynski to try to restore the balance. Here are basically because women are miserable because of feminism, because it's a broken ideology. I mean, it's part of a process, but it makes women unhappy and men as well, and it makes society and marriage dysfunction. So there is a reaction, and here are examples of women, traditionalist women, who are in the process of rediscovering the traditional role of womanhood on their own account. I mean, actually, no, it's God who controls them. Stella will have to talk peacefully at some moment, hopefully. Traditional, so yeah, and these women, because they're very intelligent, and here in yellow, because I know that Stella is inspired by God, and the reciprocal is true as well, but here I will not complexify too much. They are rediscovering books written by intelligent, traditional American women. So the process is traditionalism, feminism, a return to traditionalism through the mediation of feminism. Namely, these are self-willing, independent, strong-minded, free-spirited women who willingly choose, I mean, that's what the illusion that they have, they willingly choose to become traditionalist after having rejected feminism. That's a Hegelian process. Here are the Miktos. So they are very critical of women. Yeah, it's part of America. They are insane, partly, although that's not their responsibility, but they are partly insane leftist terrorists and also right-wingers. I mean, he was not a terrorist, he was just a murderer, but yeah, it's part of the American life. And here there are preppers. Yeah. Okay, now in the realm of economics, the left-wing view, there are the Keynesians who write articles every day in the New York Times, or probably they talk on TV or whatever. There are many Marxists in the US. Most of them are white Europeans. So here the Marxist elites. I mean, there are probably others. Moish Poston. I'm not sure that he's an American. He's English speaking. Maybe he's from Australia. I think he works in Australia. He criticized woke capitalism. Yeah. Christopher Lasch was a great sociologist. He was kind of a leftist conservative. Very intelligent, moderate, the balance to Ron Paul, they kind of complement one another. I'm not an expert here, but I would say they are common sense, intelligent Americans. When America was a country where people could have peaceful discussions about the well-being of their society without going into too much excesses or insanity. So here, the libertarian view on economics, that the right-wing counterpart, they're probably here the free market conservative, and the libertarian, they're a little bit radical, but there is, these are YouTube channels, Ron Paul Report, Tom Woods, etc., etc. All the ideas of the libertarians, which are a particular expression of the case of the economic society in the US in the 21st century, but actually they are universal. That's why they are made available. It's connected with what I said earlier. And here are important names. Here it's from the more acceptable to a little bit more radical in terms of economics, but here are very strong Thomas Sowell, an Afro-American libertarian, but precisely because he's a libertarian, he's just an American, like all these people, he's just a typical American. Here it's really, that's a praise. But actually I have nothing but praises for the Americans. Maybe the Americans will praise me someday. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. So here in black, we have the spirits of the dead who are very influential upon the living. Mises, Hazlitt, Rothbard. Here are more neoclassical or really liberal view, not libertarian, but more neoclassic. Friedman, Gary Baker. Here it's really the economic aspect. Here there is the economic aspect, but tied with the political aspect. Namely, these people, at least these two, they are more than just businessmen. He is partly just a businessman, and so are they. And yeah, here's Schumpeter, the theoretician of capitalism and the entrepreneurial spirit. So Charles Murray appears several times because he's a Jack of all trade, master of none. It applies to most people, except maybe for Charles Murray, who seems to master every topic that he discusses. He's intelligent when he talks about traditional family life and marriage. He's intelligent when he talks about sociology. He's intelligent and balanced when he talks about the educational system. So that's the perfect white American, one might say. I mean, precisely perfect, I don't know, but the archetypal great white American. So here, on the question of education, there's a left-wing critique of the educational system by Taylor Gatto, dumbing us down. Here is free education made public on the internet for the people who have the leisure and the time. And here the connection is the bullshit job denounced by Graeber, that I talk about in most of my video, the broken educational system. If you stop sending your kids to school, or if you quit school, if you can afford, you can watch great videos about many topics on the internet. I'm just trying to provide the conceptual structure. Here's a great popular in terms of rigor and accessibility, and he's really a great vulgarizator. It's not really an English-speaking word, but he vulgarizes in a good sense. I mean, he makes accessible, complex thoughts, and he's a great thinker. I mean, it's not a metaphysician, but it's as good as it can get for an Anglo-Saxon. No, I will not start trash talking the people that are really great. So I mean, yeah, maybe that's the reason why, but no, he knew about Aristotle and Kant. Yeah. So now I will just show the full picture. So we started with logic, nature, philosophy of subjektiver Geist, objektiver Geist. We are broadly here. It's just to say that the educational system is broken for many reasons: lack of discipline, lack of standards, lack of working conditions, the socialism, the destructionism. There are many reasons why the educational system, the fact that people of diverse background are forced to work together and in difficult conditions with the tension, etc. So there are many problems. But one of which is the complete lack of a systematic view of knowledge and an ordered and principled view, namely that any piece of knowledge, whether one studies chemistry or psychology, it has to be incorporated within the view of the totality, not the totality of one particular country, but the totality of being. And it's not done because if it was done, the students would be probably too smart, but there comes a moment when there's a risk that they might become simply too dumb, and an order and balance has to be restored, and that's what I'm trying to do on a theoretical level with this video. Okay, so now culture, then culture and entertainment. Here it's not literature and high culture, it's really in the broad sense, the common life of the people. So here's what I know, entertainment. It's a mix here, it's a mixture of culture and entertainment. There's Oprah Winfrey, basketball players, managers, yeah, so there's basketball. Here left and right are not meaningful, it's just to balance, but I put TV shows, all the American TV shows can be put here, it's kind of entertainment, all the sports, the Super Bowl, whatever. Whatever American enjoy, a barbecue and ball game, as De Niro says in a movie by Michael Mann. And here, technology. So the logic, I will just show the logical structure, the unfolding of objektiver Geist, namely law or legislation or rights, crime. With what is lawful comes what is outlawed. Money and banking, it's a determination of contract and property rights and rights. Eventually, it's legislatively, judicially determined, not judicially, legislatively determined. Here in the realm of morality, it's really simplified, but we have the question of anti-racism versus a revolt or return to the more traditional values. Sittlichkeit, which means common life, ethical life. We have the life of the family, which include marriage, gender roles, education, etc. The civic society with economics, sociology, the educational system, culture, entertainment. And here in sociology, I have only listed two names, but only a Native American or Canadian can list all the sociologists of his country. But precisely sociology, which is just sociology, which does not take into account the determination of subjektiver Geist, is incomplete and lacking. It has to take into account sociobiology, race realism, the question of IQ, and here I will praise Mr. Charles Murray again. The bell curve is a great work of intellectual rigor. I mean, it's not perfect because the data are limited and they are always fleeting and changing, but the bell curve is simply a great work which enables to understand a lot, not only about America precisely because of the UPS, but about all countries, because every country with a democratic system and is structured according to tendencies of differences in intelligence. It's not the only explanatory factor, but it's very important. So here in technology, we have modern American entrepreneurs from South Africa, or I don't know where. Mark Zuckerberg, he appears twice. Ray Kurzweil. So we have billionaires, inventors in technology of communication, software, social media, the singularity, space travel. So it's really the creativity being unfolded. Here we have classical American inventors. He invented anesthesia, many inventions, the modern, how do you call this, para-thunder. Is said to have invented one of the most productive inventors ever, one of the most brilliant minds. Henry Ford, the collective specialization of labor to increase productivity in factories. The airplane, and he was not strictly speaking an inventor. He was more, I would put him, that's the proof that it's not very rigorous. He would be more in entrepreneur, one might say. Fly me to the moon, whatever. That's Sinatra, I think. But yeah, he's not really an inventor. He's more of an entrepreneur, but a collective enterprise, namely the NASA, or the American space project in the 1960s. But yeah, only in America. I mean, in Soviet Russia as well, but yeah. Here are the media. We have the left-wing view, some newspapers, CNN on YouTube, and ordinary American. So in order to understand what these papers talk about, the whole view of America, but the whole view of being as well, namely the interconnectedness of America with all the other countries of the world, has to be taken into account. And only when the full picture is made at least formally intelligible can the content which is being published and printed in the press every day is made intelligible. That's one of the problems with the world, one might say, that in the newspapers, not these newspapers, but every newspaper, there are countless pieces of information, but there is no formal structure to see the totality. So we are confronted by countless information, but if they are not recontextualized, we do not know who is talking, except the name, but what are they talking about? What do they know? How do they interconnect? We are confronted by a flow of information, a tide of information, and it's way too complex. That's why studying metaphysics and logic enables to see more clearly. So here we have the classical media and the revolt against the classical media, that which is called, and here we have the whistleblowers about the abuses of the technological surveillance system. Here there is conservative media, Tucker Carlson, they are on Fox News every day, Ben Shapiro, the Joe Rogan show, Lauren Chen, Project Veritas. So this is what structures the life partly of America. And depending on what people learn about the educational system and its failures, the sociological problems, the excesses of the parasitical influence of certain groups in the economic exploitation of others, the crime, when they learn about this, or the threat to their civil liberty, they turn toward the right to try to restore the balance. And that's why there is a spiritual movement. It's an intellectual, but it's spiritual, towards the right. And the first step is conservatism, the alt-right, the alternative media, etc., etc. Then we enter the realm of the state. I just show the broad picture to see we had. So here we are in the realm of objektiver Geist. We have the first part, law, morality, Sittlichkeit, and then the subdivision, family, civil society, and eventually the state. And here we enter the realm of politics, which is a little bit more controversial. Here I've listed a few, but actually most politicians, the political system, the government, the Senate, the Congress, etc., they are all kind of leftist. So here I have not listed all the names, but they could be listed eventually. But here are important political philosopher, Mr. Michael Sandel, who made lectures. He was an Harvard professor, or still is, I don't know, made lectures about philosophy, utilitarianism, Kantian morality on YouTube. Robert Putnam, who wrote about the disruptive and negative effect of multiculturalism upon the social well-being of population from a leftist perspective. That's why he's kind of often quoted on the right, because he's a leftist who has the honesty of denouncing the negative impact of multiculturalism. He's a leftist academics who made a study upon the alt-right. So we have the leftist perspective on the rise of the alternative right. A utilitarian thinker, John Rawls, he's one of the chief figures of the liberal view of justice, kind of black nationalist, and experts in the manipulation of the masses. And then probably there are Hispanic leaders, in the US. Here, the right-wing view. There is the conservative. He wrote about the demographic shifts in population. More hardline Republicans. And I just said it's just my perspective. I welcome criticism. I have to be criticized, but there's worse than just being intellectually challenged. But people are free to fill in the blanks with their view, to correct. That's my perspective. That's how I envision things. And here it's from more open to more radical. So Ron Paul again, Daniel McAdams, he's a famous, how do you call this, lieutenant, or he's a accomplice, not an accomplice because of a negative and derogatory connotation. He's a faithful lieutenant. He's accompanying Ron Paul every day, every night in his show to talk about all the problems of America in education, the corruption of the political system, the disruption of the educational system, the inequalities, the parasitism of the bankers, etc. They do this every night, and that's worthy of being respected. Here it's more radical. Thomas Sowell. Here is really the radical libertarians. Jeff Dees, Thomas Di Lorenzo, Rockwell. They are the libertarians. So in my perspective, I don't know if it's correct, but that's my perspective, and I welcome people to challenge this. The establishment is on the left. There is a vague conservative rebellion against the Democrat in mind, not in official identity. Most Republicans, they are kind of Democrats. That's why here they are only the hard Republicans. Here are what is called the conservative or the fake Republicans, or maybe, I don't know, depending on what qualifies as a Republican. But here it's really kind of a radical, and it gets more and more radical toward the right. But it's an attempt to restore the balance, which has shifted ever more to the left over the past few decades. So here is radical libertarianism, and these people, he's on YouTube, they are more and more radical, and they implement ideas about IQ and Free Domain Radio by Stephen Molyneux. So here's political libertarianism. We had economic libertarianism, although the two are interconnected, but there are libertarians who are more willing to defend political ideals than just economic prosperity. For them, economic liberty or economic freedom is just a byproduct of the principle of liberty, and political liberty is more important. There's a Quentin Skinner who wrote a book, Liberty Before Liberalism. He's not a libertarian, he's more of a Republican, not in the American sense, in the classical sense of European political philosophy. I will write his name. I think it's Quentin Skinner. Yeah. I'm not even sure that he's American, but anyway. So he denounces the abuse of the state. So here are influences upon the political aspects of libertarianism: Nozick, Nock, Mencken, Rond, and Rothbard. The rise of the alt-right, which is determined by not by these people, but by the demographic changes and the degradation of economic opportunities, the woke ideology, and he went undercover in the alt-right. So one aspect brings about its counterbalance in a way, and that's why there is a resurgence of kind of nationalist perspective on politics. So here are important names: Spencer, Fuentes, Voxday, Rational Black Pill, Jack Donovan, Bret Stephens. In Canada, I mean, they do not necessarily identify as alt-right, but they are the alternative to the right of the system and the non-political opposition, in a way, the libertarians. They try to think beyond left and right, but here is a contradiction that someone like Chase Richards has been trying unconsciously to solve, namely to unite. He wrote a book about white right libertarian, to unite political libertarians, who are mostly white people, with white advocates who are mostly white people, but not only. There are Jews advocating the interests of whites, and that's an attempt to unite both tendencies. And here is the development of the white identitarian movement in the US, but it spreads in the entire Western world and also in Europe, but it's mostly in the English-speaking world. Here are the white advocates and their influence. White nationalists, they are a little bit more radical. Here we find traditionalists who understand the question of race, Apollonian Germ, and others. They understand the question of race, but they are beyond, in a way, in a sense that they are more intelligent than simple-minded alt-righters, one might say. They are very critical. So the alt-right, they are criticized by everyone, by the libertarians, by the traditionalists, by the left, by the anti-racists, by non-whites, etc. So that's why it's difficult. But there's a revival of the European religion. There's a spread of kind of white nationalism throughout the Anglo-Saxon world, in Canada, New Zealand. That's the zeitgeist. This is how spirit moves. And then there are maybe the excesses in American life of really the far right. Well, these people, their ideas are really radical. There are pro-white Jews which are being rejected by the most radical elements because they are accused of being Jews. Although these people, there are many Jews who defend openly, with kind of courage, the interest of white people, for white preservation in terms of demographics. Then government. So here there's American government. Important names, the officials, some politicians, some dead. I put Reagan on the left because although he was kind of a right-winger economically, he only cared about money. So it's only within the context of the 21st century that Reagan would be a leftist, because he had, as I envisioned this, maybe Americans who are this will correct me, but he's a leftist in the sense that he was strictly economically minded. He had no interest for culture or the demographics or the values other than business. That's at least, maybe I'm caricaturing. He maybe deserves to be remembered as a right winger. I don't know, but here my view will be very. So here are some politicians. My view is kind of strange because I would, in the context of the 21st century, Washington and Jefferson, who were kind of leftists in the perspective of the 18th century, they would be considered right-wing. Oh, and then Reagan, who was a right-winger 30 years ago, would be considered left-wing because they had more important ideas in mind than just strict short-term prosperity. They wanted to implement long-lasting political ideas which would have meaning and an impact for good. So here there was the leftist perspective. Here left and right are very vague categories, but yeah. And here the right wing, of course, there's Trump and Bannon, who are partly in league accused of being in league with the alt-right, although they are not really, but that's the process of spirit and the contradiction that it tries to solve. The deep state, so here are people who write about conspiracy theories. He's read a lot, so here's a former president and former dead presidents. Alex Jones, people wrote books, Peter Detka, about the deep state, namely those who control these people through the monetary system. That's how it works, through the Federal Reserve. That's why these people, they criticize the Federal Reserve, but not the schemers. They just criticize the formal structure, and sometimes others criticize the consequences. But actually it's a system, namely everything is interconnected, and these people, they provide the more thorough, I mean sometimes it can be a little bit ludicrous, but the more serious scholarly work to understand the process. Here are American historians, the left-wing perspective in geopolitics, very knowledgeable individual. Yeah. The most intelligent. Here we transition from subjective Geist to absolute Geist. So I've tried to show the whole life. People can skip back. I will show again. So law, crime, money, banking. Law, crime, money, banking, morality, ethics. Sittlichkeit cannot be translated. It's common life, family, civic society, which include economics, sociology, education, culture, entertainment, technology, the media, politics, government, geopolitics, and everything is interconnected in the sense that the media, they influence politics, the politicians, they influence the educational system, which has an impact upon sociology, and reciprocally, which has an impact upon economics, which kind of sometimes disrupt family life, brings about a decay of morality, criminality, a restoration of right, etc., etc. That's how an interconnected totality functions. These are just examples, but in order to understand anything at all, one has to see the full picture. And my view of the United States, these are mostly the United States, but there are also names from Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa. The structure is the same because of UPS, namely the excesses of the left in terms of moral decadence, demographic replacement, ludicrous ideology. They bring about, in a dialectical fashion, a restoration of order, first intellectually by the libertarians, and then a tendency towards the defense of the interest of the native population, the native white population, although strictly speaking they are not native in a historical perspective, but in the long run they are natives for many centuries, and that's what they feel threatened, and that's why they switch towards the right and towards radical ideology to counterbalance the excesses of what they call the system, but actually the real system is what I'm showing. Here it's just in the case of the US, but it works for every country because of UPS, but it's more prevalent in the US because there is relative freedom of expression and of inquiry and intellectual life. That's why the life of the US is so stimulating. It's not boring. It's not boring. Life in the United States is not boring. There's a lot to say, but I can guess that Americans, if you were asked, is your life boring in the US? Some might say it's difficult, but it's not boring. Yeah, at least. Okay, Absoluter Geist. We have here we have art, the revealed religion, and philosophy. And here, left and right are no longer relevant. It's just to balance. I put music, cinema. I put Afro-American musician on the left, but because I put whites on the right, but just an illustration. Actors, well, famous. I made this in a few minutes. Yeah, here I know most of them kind of very well, and they express the life of their particular ethnic group, Afro-Americans, but basically because they are very talented, these people, they are very talented, they express partly the particularity of what being an Afro-American means, but also they are universal in a sense that their music transcends their condition anthropologically, but also in terms of citizenship, namely good music. It's not just good music, but if the lyrics are meaningful, if the talent, the expression, the creative genius and artistry is present, it can be universal. It's not just, yeah, so there are great songs by Jay-Z, Lil Wayne, Rihanna, I mean, they are great. And the same goes for, I put a white musician here. These singers, they express partly the particularities of being white, the particularity of being an American, or being a woman, etc. But in their greatest moment, they express universal truth through the mediation of their particularities, because otherwise it cannot be reached, one might say. That's the UPS that I talked about at the beginning of the video, but eventually Eminem is kind of universal, although his particularity is that he's white trash from Detroit, Michigan, with his personal story, etc. But the universal expressed in his great songs, which means most of them, is precisely universal, so it's valid for all. That's why he's so successful. Intensity extension. So yeah, So on the left side, but here left and right is not really political. It can be. But not. It's just to balance. So here are famous actors, famous movie directors. All of them are white, but yeah. I put Hispanic American singers, other writers, Isaac Asimov, and I put mostly white American writers. This is white American literature over the past 2 centuries, broadly. Yeah, so for the people who say that Americans have no culture, an aristocrat could say, okay, pop culture is not aristocratic culture, but extension, there's a reason why these kind of music are very extended, is because they express profound truth and people find themselves reflected in these songs and they appreciate. So this is white American culture in the realm of pop culture. This is white American culture in the realm of high literature. Very few countries have such a wealthy literary history in the realm of 2 centuries. Here it's just 2 centuries. Melville, Steinbeck, Hemingway, Emerson, Fitzgerald. I forgot. The classical American writer. Yeah. Maybe someday people will watch my video and they will say, I don't know what they will think. Basically, yeah. That's my view. I mean, it is very limited. I know that it's not very rigorous. I drew this very simply, but someone who at the time, the opportunity, can buy a book about American literature and fill in the blanks, etc. But yeah, I owe this knowledge to Stella. She was the favorite writer of Stella when Stella was a teenage girl, empirically. So she wrote about vampire. And here we have geniuses, genius, great, 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 and good, great, great. In terms of pop culture, these two people, they are geniuses. She's a genius, and all the others, they are really good. Yeah. I don't know what to say. It's great as well. Yeah. Yeah. The revealed religion. So about the religious life of America. Let us begin here. Left and right again. It's the politics at this stage is not really relevant, but it's just to balance. But Rob Dreher and Thomas Ord, they are. He's a Benedictine kind of theologian. He wrote a book about God. Martin Luther King, he's kind of a leftist, but he's beyond left and right. He's more than just a politician, precisely. Here are what I call formal paganism, namely formal mythology. Here are spiritual leaders. Alan Watts, he wrote a book about cosmic consciousness. New Age, I'm not sure that she's New Age, but New Age people. He wrote books about conversation with God. So the Americans, they had, there was Neil Walsh, PKD, and William Pierce. So this man, and this man, who are all white Americans, but it's only contingent at this level, but it's nonetheless part of the process. On a historical chronological perspective, they all wrote books about God in which they had kind of an experience of God. These people, these two, they had, maybe still have, an experience of the Spirit of God in a way, at some level of consciousness. It's kind of mysterious, but they are divinely inspired. He is one of the greatest, most intelligent philosopher in the world. He understands Schelling. So these people, they are really divinely inspired. I understand the process for Matthew Siegel. She's a scientist, I think, and he's just a Buddha. Maybe he's the most elevated in terms of wisdom, but he attained a kind of Buddhist cosmic wisdom. And cosmic consciousness, but I do not fully understand the mediation and the process. But these three, they are cosmically, spiritually, divinely inspired. Yeah, so the spiritual life of the US, spirit, if it's just spirit in the immaterial substance, but the intellectual life of the US, the cultural life, the economic, sociological, social, scientific, it's not boring. I mean, maybe there are a lot of Americans who have a boring job, boring schedule or whatever, but it's not the full picture. It's not boring. I don't know the perspective of Americans from their point of view, but so here is a European goddess, because Scarlet is divinely inspired, the spirit of the European religion. Odin maybe lives, and here there are it's not really pagan, but people who have an intimate connection with the natural world. Their soul and the world soul are kind of in a connection, but it's really vague. It's kind of immediate, unreflected. They have psychic abilities, mind reading, or powers or whatever. And here at this level, so I will just show the process. At this level, it's kind of immediate and unreflected. And here, those who at least have the intelligence, the leisure, the opportunity to understand broadly the process, they kind of unite the immediate sensation of a cosmic presence with an understanding of the intellectual life of their country. And this brings forth, when they can combine the two, there is the kind of philosophical perspective of someone like Matthew, who knows about politics, but also the subjective element, subjective guys, and also nature, and someone like Scarlett, who also, America is a country with everything, but it's here I will take a few minutes to praise America. There are cosmic Afro-American Buddhists, romantic Schellingian philosophy teachers, scientifically, cosmically connected women who talks about science fiction, whatever. Oriental influenced, I don't know, New Age guru inspired by whatever, formal paganism, Christian theology, European mythology. Maybe we'll talk about this later. Movies, music of all origins, and great music, movie industry, politics, full of corruption, but that's what enables the anti-corruption to emerge. Conspiracy theories, all sorts of right-wing perspective, revival of libertarian right, or revival of nationalism, traditionalism, technological innovation, sports, well, I would say television. Why bother watch television? But if people can find satisfaction, that's kind of I'm not criticizing the show by Oprah Winfrey, but I can imagine that many Americans spend their leisure watching TV. Well, there are more interesting things to say, maybe, like reading books or watching maybe my videos, I don't know. Economic controversies and debates. The thriving of libertarian thought worldwide. Just now, the Mises Institute is kind of quantitatively insignificant, but intensity and extension eventually they have to coincide, so their ideas will have to be extended. The life of gender conflicts and reconciliation and love, maybe, I don't know. We'll see that later, I don't know. The apocalyptic, in the negative sense, crowd, the criticism of cultural Marxism, which brings about its own negation. Who could negate Marx? I don't know, maybe Hegel. How to negate culture with better culture. Yeah, it's I don't know what Americans. I know that from what I know, most Americans, they hate America because for all the reasons, because there are too many racist people in America, there are too many libertarians, there are too many too few taxpayers, so we have to import taxpayers maybe to exploit them. On the other perspective, there are too many anti-racist, too many taxes, too many whatever. There's a problem at all level, but yeah. We could here, if I wanted, I'm kind of a little bit I'm not losing it, but I'm a little bit tired, but I will continue. But what about affirmative action? There are not enough white people in the NBA. That's a joke. Don't take this too seriously. Because I know, because of affirmative action, that when it is implemented in American universities, those who get screwed are the American Asians. Because of questions of IQ, they are refused entry in prestigious universities. And if it was applied in the NBA, then a talented black player would be left outside to promote white dwarves. That's a joke, that's a joke. Yeah. Well, America is a country where there are white nationalists, black nationalists, Hispanic nationalists, Asian nationalists, Jewish nationalists, native Indian nationalists, anti-nationalists. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I was talking about religion. So yeah, this is kind of it's not really left wing, but they are more leaning on the left because yeah, it's more positive, positive religion in a way. But here, the right wing view, Philip K. Dick, he developed in his exegesis a view of God, which is a process of self organization, development, self-inquiry, cosmic mind, vast active living intelligence system. This is what I am trying to build. And cosmotheism, it comes from a radical right-wing perspective, but cosmotheism precisely is universal. That's why there are cosmotheists who don't even know about cosmotheism as it was developed by Peirce, but it's the ideology. Cosmotheism is the ideology of Mr. Hajlin, who is here. Where is he? Somewhere in the cosmos. Yeah, here. So these people in yellow, they really are inspired by the spirit of God or the spirit of the cosmos. Here are just YouTube channels, but Mr. Hajlin or Hajlin, David Thomas, Affected Collective, Footnotes to Plato, Scarlett, they are, the spirit of God has become conscious of itself, although vaguely, through them. And here, I will introduce the European Pantheon. Eventually, these people, they are all contingently Americans, and the spirit of God is made manifest through them, because the difference, here it's very Hegelian, the difference between some of the people on the left and the people on the right is that the people on the right, they are very smart, but those on the left as well, but the people on the right, they go through the steps. For each steps, they are not necessarily conscious of this, but they understand themselves, and they understand nature, and they understand their own determinism from the subjective Geist perspective, and they understand broadly the view of objective Geist, namely they have a broad view of economics, sociology, legislation, politics, etc., etc. And because unconsciously they travel intellectually and spiritually all these steps, more or less fast, more or less thoroughly, more or less rigorously, whatever, but they end up having spiritual experiences or intellectual cognition, and this process makes them divine, and that's the end goal, one of the goals. So yeah. And here philosophy is just formal philosophy, because real philosophy is the conceptual grasping of the totality. So here is just formal, but here are American philosophers, Dennett, Levine, who talks about race and epistemology, and Glenn Alexander Magee, who is wrote a great book about Hermeticism and Hegel that I encourage people to read. Yeah. And yeah, so here is the complete view of being in the perspective of America, and it can be applied to every country, because universal contains within itself the singular, but philosophy is just reflecting back upon the whole process, not in the limitation of one country, but here is just an illustration. So we begin with pure philosophy, and at the end of the process there's also pure philosophy, which consists in encompassing the totality. But here it's not the totality, it's just the illustration of one country. Yeah, so that's the broad view. If people want to see, they can reconstruct the document with their own perspective, but I know that the formal structure, although here it's quite empty, I will zoom in, the formal structure is quite correct. It can be improved, it can be modified, it has to be eventually, but it's just the way of understanding a totality. So the moment of pure thoughts, the physical world, and consciousness with the subdivisions, the subcategorization, and it can be even more subdivided. And I have been working on a greater subdivision that I will publish when I have the opportunity, but I just want to introduce. And now I have talked about the Anglo-Saxon countries outside of England, and I will just talk about other countries, but first I take a pause and yeah. Okay, it's 9:24 p.m. I've just made a pause, and I would like to just to get into a little bit of complexity. It's still very simple, but in order to understand any topic, and here I'll pick, let us pick randomly an artist, any individual, but I was just watching briefly an interview by Lady Gaga. But in order to understand one individual, one has to understand the natural determinations of the entire cosmos, astronomy, cosmology, the solar system, gravitation, electromagnetism, the physical property of the physical world on planet Earth, the meteorological, climatic determinations of the country and its impact upon the biology, the ecology, the environment of the country, etc. One has to understand the anthropological determination, namely race realism, but also psychology, the sex differences on a particular level, namely the individual as a singularization of a particular group of human, but then the individual determinations of the person in terms of psychoanalysis, psychology, psychiatry, the psyche on a particular, which here means collective, but also individual level, as being in relation to the determinations of nature, while using the proper logical categories in order to understand. Then, to understand the intelligence, the IQ of the person, the faculties, the tendencies, the imagination, the talents, the language, the memory of the person, the sensation, the personal taste, the personal inclinations, etc., etc., the language of the person. So that would be the first step, and then eventually to understand. Here I really simplify to the utmost, but then to understand the legislative constraints and limitations. It can be usually for a good sense in which this person lives. So the collective society in which the person lives, the economic and financial life of the country, his or her personal relationship, upbringing, education in the family, his natural family, then his the family that he or she chooses to marry, the marriage, the delay of gratification, the will or not to have children, which is partly determined by anthropology, partly determined by the sociological and cultural context, the economic situation of the parents, the economic background of the parents of the person, the economic situation of this person, what kind of job does he do, which is connected to the talent that he or she has as an individual, then the overall economic context, the sociological determinism, namely the behavior, the manners, the way of talking, the way of dressing, the psychological tendency to imitate the people who are higher up in the hierarchy. All this determines the behavior of an individual, the education that he has received, the education that he or she wants to give for her children, the quality or lack thereof of the educational system, depending on the economic policies, depending on the anthropological and sociological characteristic of the population. All this produces a way of expressing itself, not through language, but through manners and way of life in the population, a certain type of entertainment. There's a relationship between the characteristic, the anthropological characteristic, the intelligence and the psychology of the population. Here it's basic sociology and the kind of entertainment that they enjoy. Usually people with lower IQ, they enjoy simple sports. It's not always the case. There are very intelligent people who enjoy soccer, football, basketball, or NFL, or etc. But people with high IQ, with a high sociological standing, they will, I don't know, they will go to the opera, or they will listen to classical music, or they will play golf, or they will go on trips on their boat in the Caribbean or whatever, or they will, I don't know, whatever rich people do, or they will simply spend time walking in the forest or whatever. So the individual entertainment or the collective entertainment of a society depends on the level of prosperity, the level of intelligence of the population, the education, the culture in the broadest sense. Then the technological state of a society depends upon the division of labor, the economic opportunity, which is tied to the global context in a globalized economy. Depending on the right, is there freedom of association, property rights? Does it encourage investment? The delay of gratification, profit, are the entrepreneurs, are they rewarded? Here it's really simple sociology to understand the technological, and then it depends also on the resources, which is a determination of nature, etc. The media is kind of the mirror of a society. It reflects the society. It can deceive and lie, but the deception is part of the process, in a sense that in order to be constantly lied by the media without noticing this, the population has to be dumbed down, either through the dumbing down of the educational system, the manipulation of the masses through where are the manipulators, the experts? Where are they? I don't need them. That's a joke. Here, Alinsky, Bernie's collective psyche, etc., but also the dysgenic processes which are being implemented in demographics through various means. You increase the taxes for a certain group of people, which encourage them to lower the number of kids. Through the propaganda in the media, you can encourage people. You put guilt and shame by telling them that if they have kids, it will pollute the planet, whatever. So you can play on the demographics, which has an impact, etc. So yeah, the population, the media, they reflect the population in a way. So it's yeah, there are good newspapers, but there are good articles in the New York Times sometimes. But most of the media, they kind of deceive, precisely because it's not necessarily conscious. I understood this, because to tell the truth about just about one country, there are more than 200 countries on this planet, but just one has to take into account the totality. And knowing that a country from a strictly geographical standpoint is a determinacy of nature, one has to have the view of the totality of nature to understand the cosmos and the solar system and the planet in its totality as a living whole, as a living totality. And only then the particular moment of the geographical determination of the country are made intelligible. The soil, the land, the climate, etc., which has an impact upon the economy, upon the character of the people, upon the crops, upon the sociology, etc., etc. It's really basic sociology. That's why the more complex the philosophy of Hegel becomes, the more simple it is, actually. It's just maybe psychology, sociology, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so then politics, the political inclinations of a people are determined by the anthropological characteristic, but also what is called the zeitgeist, which is the totality of all other determinations. And now the zeitgeist is towards a shift towards the right and the radical right, because it has been moving toward the left for many decades, and there are excesses on the right, and that's why the purpose is to try to promote political libertarianism which can satisfy everyone while limiting the tension and the problems. But of course it's difficult to achieve. And then the government reflects the people, it's the will of the people made manifest in a way, and the tension between the various parties, liberal, conservative, Democrat, Republicans, or whatever, Tories, Whig, or Die Linke, CDU, SPD, whatever, in Germany or in every country, they just reflect on a level of the manifestation in the political realm all the other tensions or problems or lack thereof, when the situation is stable, of the objective Geist, which itself is partly a reflection, or even mostly a reflection, of the anthropological aspect, namely the intelligence, the psychology. Let us avoid these topics. The demographics, the sociobiology, and the anthropology of a people, and its relationship with nature. Yeah, so that's just the view. And the reason here, there is a revival of what could be called paganism in really the broadest sense, namely a more intimate, a more direct connection with nature. But these people, they are Europeans anthropologically, and the American continent, from a strictly anthropological standpoint, is not, it can be eventually, but it's not really the climate and the ecology in which Europeans have evolved, strictly speaking. It's neither the case for blacks. That's why it's more difficult. Maybe the temptation is greater to become a pagan in America, but the context can be more or less adequate. But the landscape of the Northern American continent, although they can be partly similar to those of Europe in certain contexts, they are nonetheless different. It's difficult to be a European pagan in Texas or Florida or yeah. Although strictly speaking, the ancient Greeks, they were pagans in the Mediterranean land. So yeah, I mean, maybe most of the time I say stupid things, but what I meant is that there's a connection between the soul of a people and its continent of historical evolution. That's what many Africans spontaneously feel as Afro-Americans, or on other continents, or in Southern America. But subjective objective Geist is higher, in a sense, in terms of the ability to transcend the natural determinations and to reach the level of universality, because the anthropological determination are particularization, whereas law can be universalized. But of course, when only one group universalizes its behavior and the others retreat in their particularities, it doesn't function. That's one of the problems of Western societies, namely a certain group of people, Europeans or whites, have been promoting universal morality, intolerance, welcoming, acceptance, reciprocity, anti-racism, etc. The morality preached is universal, and so is the right, equality for all, healthcare for all, immigration for all, etc., etc., economic welfare for all. But it's not always reciprocated. It's not the fault of the other. It's simply that the self-contradictory universalist tendencies of Europeans, sometimes they reach their limit, and then it brings about all sorts of problems. But yeah. So yeah, that's just to illustrate that in order to understand one element, because just in case it has to be explained, but economics is partly determined by the availability of natural resources. The sociology is determined by demographics in terms of age, ethnicity, gender, etc., etc. All the determinations, that's where the philosophy becomes really complex, all the determinations reciprocally determine one another. And here we are just talking about one country. yeah, that's why it's complex, very complex. But yeah, so now I will make just a short pause. Okay, this is the view of the statistical, empirical, pragmatic, quantitative view of a country according to the CIA. I just borrowed their categorization, and I will show, I will not comment, but I will just show to make the knowledge available, and eventually, as long as people do not use my idea in a Hegelian sense, I will keep improving. I will work every day if I have to do this, first to actualize the data, and eventually to add more data, and eventually not for just one country but for all countries. But I won't have to, because at some moment people will realize that my vision of a system is more coherent, and they can use this for any sort of purpose. The Americans probably, they will try, when they find out about my system, they will say, oh, we'll use this to improve the economy. or to downgrade the economy, I don't know. But yeah, no, actually here are the categorization. I have modified this, so it's partly I have implemented my work, but these are the categories used by the Central Intelligence Agency. So I will not comment, I just but it's partly logical, but I had to modify and to improve so that it might be more logically consistent. But eventually, in order to understand a country, all these determinations have to be taken into account. So yeah. Because of course the climate has an impact upon the mood of the people, but also upon the crops, upon the economic activity, etc., etc., upon tourism. I know that there's a heliotropic tendency that rich old white people, they move to Florida to live among Hispanic immigrants and under the sun. Usually that's sociology, anthropology, psychology, economics. It's determined. So yeah. So this is for the United States of America. The natural hazards have to be taken into account by public policies or by individual inhabitants to prevent, depending on their level of intelligence, and they will anticipate or not the climate change has an impact, etc. These are current issues. The CIA, they are ecologists, which is kind of which is not surprising actually, but yeah. So yeah, here's the view of geography, then there's people and society. So in order to understand a country, I just showed prior the fundamental determination, but then it's the quantitative determination, namely the population, the division in the various ethnic groups, which of course has an impact upon it. They are genetically and anthropologically and eventually psychologically different, although there is the common universality. All humans share in common their universality, but the particularization are diverse and different, sometimes even opposed. And the demographics of a country, of course, has an impact upon its artistic expression, but also about its economy, sociology, and culture, etc. These are broadly the statistics, and it works for every country. Then there's the age structure. It influences the educational system, the investment, the immigration policy, the need for care for the young, whether or not the mothers go to work. Then the psychology, the culture in terms of male and female relationship and traditional gender role will have an impact upon the fertility. And the people who sell whatever sort of products, they use these kind of information to know the potential basis of customers. Every businessman who is coherent and rigorous probably uses intelligent and people who have the means, but they use this information when they seek to expand their market. What is the potential basis for customers depending on age, ethnicity, income, etc., etc. The population pyramid, the median age, etc., etc., the growth rate. All these data have to be taken into account in order to understand what happens into a country. And that's complicated because there are lots of data. But the problem with Anglo-Saxon empiricism, I will just, the sex ratio, it has an impact upon the psychology of males and females, because when there are more males, the level of testosterone rises because they have to compete to have access to the female. When there are more female, there are other sorts of problems, loneliness, etc., which can bring resentment, etc. But they have to be kind of more or less balanced. But an imbalance in the ratio can bring about societal, not social, but societal change. The age of the mother at first birth, it depends on upon the culture. And when women are encouraged by the media, by the academia, by the TV show, the newspapers, to go study whatever nonsense, psychology or cultural study or gender study, they will spend 4 years or 6 years of their life in an educational brainwashing program. They will get in debt for 20 or 30 years of their life, and they will not have kids and not raise kids because they will spend their best fertility years in education, learning nonsense about whatever cultural Marxism appropriation. But it's part of the process, but it's simply how it happens. And then it lowers the fertility rate because women waste their best years studying all sorts of dubious knowledge instead of staying at home and having kids to perpetuate the population. That's in a chronological perspective. So yeah, the birth rates can easily be manipulated if one thinks in terms of a systemic totality. Life expectancy, etc., etc. Yeah. But here it's really Anglo-Saxon empiricism, namely the intelligence agencies in Anglo-Saxon countries, they just collect the data, but there is no connection. It's collection, but not connection, in a sense that, here I will make a short pause, without the interconnectedness and the conceptual structure, the proper categories, the full view of nature, the anthropological determination, psychology, etc. Not just how things are, but the whole process, becoming conscious of itself. And here, that's when I understood that the CIA, they are very smart, but not as smart as God, maybe, because it's not just collecting data and accumulating data. It's also the way that consciousness evolves and reciprocally determine each other by. People are not blind, bland, inert objects that can be purely quantified in an empirical sense. They have a consciousness, namely, they react to their environment and the knowledge that they have about their environment. And this, the CIA, no matter how smart they are not smart enough, they are not as smart as the Germans to understand the movement of consciousness and the movement of spirit. Yeah, that's what I had to say. So here, a change of demographics brings about a change of language and a change of culture and the change of the way a country thinks about itself. If people cannot communicate with one another in the same country, it brings about tension and eventually a tendency towards separation or segregation, voluntary segregation or white flight, as they call this. Then the number, the quantitative determination of the number of young people will have an impact upon the GDP, which is connected to the tax system, etc., etc. I just give the broad determination. Here, a purely quantitative increase can be thought to be a good thing if the educational system, the purpose is to teach real knowledge, but it can also be a means to keep the young. Here it's mostly in socialist countries, not in the US, although it can be to keep them out of unemployment by keeping them as long as possible within the educational system, which enables to tax the taxpayer, to brainwash the youth, to prevent unemployment, to lower the fertility. So there's an interest in having a long life expectancy in the educational system, because it can bring about destructionism, as Mises would call this. So a quantitative increase is not necessarily good. Sometimes people who are simply not intelligent enough, they could be encouraged to leave school at an early age to do something productive. And that's an example of an old-fashioned way, a traditionalist way. So here's the unemployment. Here, the libertarians, they are very smart. They say that basically the minimum wage laws, it seems to be good, but actually the consequence is that the most fragile economic elements, mostly the minorities, the least intelligent, and or the youngest, they are prevented from having access to a job, which makes it so that they cannot build up a family in their early adult years, which lower the fertility rate. If someone cannot find a stable job until he's 26 or 28, he could have already have 2 or 3 children if he had gotten a job at 18 years old. But if the economic destructionism promoted by the left in the name of equality, social justice, etc., prevents the young, the minorities, the vulnerable minorities in terms of ability or social well-being of the proper, adequate social background, if it prevents them from getting a job, they will spend many years of their best, especially women, but men, when they are supposed to accumulate resources, etc., it will prevent them from having a long-term stable employment and to start a family. So it will lower the birth rate. And then the excuse of the elite will be, we need more migrants to fill in the jobs that the native population will not willingly work. Although the elites do everything they can to sabotage the economic conditions. I mean, but that's how it works. But the elites, they are determined, as everyone else, by God. So urbanization, it brings about a change of mindset. People, they are more trusting and also more dubious of one another, more doubting of one another. They are more closely tied in rural areas, whereas there is more freedom in a way. In urban areas, one has no obligation to people experience living in a city as being free because they are free from the gossip and etc. of life in a rural environment. An older population brings about an increase in health expenditures. So then the old people who are afraid for their health, they can be manipulated into accepting more migrants, because the media and the scholars and the politicians, they will say, if we bring in more migrants, they will bring prosperity. But the people haven't been told anything about anthropology, etc., because they have spent their time working or trying to find a job, so they will believe whatever they are told. But actually, unrestricted immigration, uncontrolled immigration brings about economic decay, which will make things worse for the old people, who will be more worried about their welfare, etc., etc. That's how it works. Then there can be the excuse in the propaganda, we need physicians. Young people, they don't want to become doctors anymore, they want to become YouTube influencers. We need to import physicians from, depending on the country, it's from a Eastern European country or African country, or probably Southern America in the case of the US, from Cuba. Michael Moore made a documentary about this. We need to import physicians from Cuba or from whatever Southern American country. But then the most intelligent, brightest elements of the countries from where they come from, whether they are African, South American, Eastern European, Middle Eastern, etc., are depopulated of their best, most intelligent elements. So the countries cannot develop if the smartest leave constantly. So there's a brain drain in a way. So all this has to be incorporated within people and society. That's probably a mixture of subjektiver Geist and Sittlichkeit. The government. So yeah, here a particular type, but it's just the form, the formal aspect. A government can adopt any formal aspect, a formal monarchy, formal republic, formal democracy, formal theocracy. It depends on the content as well, namely, do the people, are they virtuous, are they dedicated, do they have a higher sense of purpose, what do they want to achieve politically, etc. Is it just getting money and whatever, or are they in for something greater? Then the form of the constitution, it can help because form and content are conceptually united, but namely a formal republic prevents totalitarianism, but in order for a government to be functioning, there has to be the material, in a sense, the will and the intelligence and the dedication of the people. And there are many books published by the libertarians which explain that under socialism, the worst rise to the top: corruption, decadence, deception, sink in at all levels. Yeah. And then there are probably, like in every country, there are debates about the administrative division. There are probably politicians in the US who say, vote for me and I will change whatever administrative distinction between this or that, the culture and the demographics. And there are many problems which are much more prevalent, but I'm sure that there are many politicians who argue over whatever. It happens in every democratic country. Yeah. And there are probably Americans, when they feel lost, they say, what do we believe in? Yeah, the Constitution. The Constitution, let's not think too much about it. It's too complex, just the Constitution. And when I feel kind of lost, I say, American common sense, which leads me to Charles Murray and Ron Paul, and they lead me indirectly to the Constitution. So, but yeah, there might be problems, but yeah, in times of doubt, what is really important? But then precisely there's the conflict between the abstract constitution of objektiver Geist and the substance of a people, namely the anthropological determination of subjective spirit. And in order for a constitution to be maintained, there has to be a people willing, intelligent enough, and with the will and the strength of character to maintain its own institutions. And it can potentially be universalized, but the potential has to be actualized. Namely, the people have to be willing to defend what they consider most important. And there are conflicts in America, but in most countries, upon what is most important for the country or for whatever. The policy regarding nationality and citizenship, it can be presented at administrative debates, but actually if a change in law passed by corrupt politicians or well-meaning activists, it can bring about tremendous changes upon the course of a few decades. That's the 1965 Immigration Act. If citizenship by blood or by descent is turned towards a citizenship by administrative acceptance, it can change completely a country over the course of a few decades. So here's the formal aspect. So all these aspects have to be taken into account, but here it's just the formal, quantitative, Anglo-Saxon view. Basically, it's important and it has to be incorporated within a coherent system, but it's kind of not there lacks connections and intelligibility. Here's just a succession of facts and quantitative data. It's ordered, it cannot be denied, there's an underlying structure, but it's bland and dry and dull. it's important, but this is Anglo-Saxon empiricism. It's in its negative aspect. Yeah. But at least they are kind of rigorous. And here is just the esoteric data of the CIA. Yeah. So they are probably they hire sociologists. Here is the sociology of the US over the past few decades, summed up in 6 lines. But they here it's the negative aspects, but it's still positive because it enables to see more clearly. But the rapidly rising medical and pension cost of an aging population. They say the facts, this is empiricism, they collect the fact, and it is true, it cannot be denied. That's why the empiricists claim that they are always correct. But being correct and speaking the truth, here it's a basic Hegelian distinction. In order to say why is there an aging population, the whole process has to be reconstructed, namely the decline in religious faith, church attendances, marriage institutions, sense of purpose for the nation, etc. It has brought about over the past, in the official storyline, over the past 50 or 60 years, a decline in birth rates, and the consequence now is what they describe, but they do not explain how this change has come about. They just explain one aspect. Yeah, probably there is the sociological distinction between those at the top who are very smart, the elite, intellectual, they go to the best universities, and the rest of the population, they are kind of technologically left behind because the requirements of modern technology are becoming too demanding for a majority of the population. So there is the intellectual elite, the technologically upgraded elite, that's the story of the bell curve basically, and those who are left behind in a way, and they revolt. This is populism, and the elite, they use the underclass to try to bully the working and the middle class, and also to dump them down through entertainment, welfare, food stamps, and help, and various sorts of manipulation. Yeah, that's what they say. Yeah. So here the number, they change constantly, but there are broad trends, and yeah. Yeah. So here it's a sociological presentation that could be a good introduction for a high school class, a high school lecture on sociology, using the documents of the CIA. I'm not sure that the CIA is doing everything they can to promote the direct interest of the education of the American youth, but indirectly it can be used, and that's pretty. There's economics, sociology, a little bit of psychology, not much, but they will probably be skeptical about this, the Anglo-Saxon, but it's kind of interesting. But the data, if they are just given like this, and here I do not comment rigorously, but in order to understand here the numbers, the textbook was not, I think, yeah, if we do this, we obtain 100% overall, but it kind of repeats itself somewhere, but whatever. I just, yeah, the unemployment rate. This has an impact upon the discourse of the left, They can use the fragility or frailties or sometimes resentment of the poor to heat the debate and to antagonize the Republicans, or reciprocally, the Republicans can say, look, the white leftist elite, they are rich and privileged, and you suffer, you hardworking American, while these privileged white leftists, they do their shenanigans about anti-racism, and you suffer while being a hardworking of the destructive economic condition that the socialist policies of the left have brought about, etc. So there's a mind game between the leftist elite and the Republican right-wing elite, and they use the poor and the minority as some sort of moral weapons to assert their own superior status. That's how the white psyche functions. Partly. Yeah. Because using the difficulty and the hardships of some parts of the population is a means for the white elites to gain social prestige by showing that they care about the poor, they denounce the inequalities, the inequality of the distribution of wealth. The lowest 10%, they own 2% of the wealth, and the highest 10%, they own 30%. It's a factor of 15. So that's unequally distributed, and the leftist politicians, they can use this to arouse the anger or the envy or the resentment of the poor masses, to use them as weapons against the elites of the other party, whether it's in America or in England or in any democratic country, to gain moral prestige, to gain access to power. Basically, they don't really care about the poor. Sometimes they do, but they are just a means. I mean, no, the poor are not here. That's a means to assert moral prestige, moral status in the struggle for moral dominance over the other. That's the comical aspect. It's kind of sinister sometimes, but that's the comical aspect of white people. They are since ancient times. They already did this in ancient Greece, ancient Rome, in the Middle Ages, between the aristocrats, between the bourgeoisie. White people, they are in constant competition to assert their moral status. And the good aspect, the bad aspect is that they use others to attain their ends. That's the bad aspect. The good aspect is that they bring economic progress, moral progress, cultural progress to others in their attempt to win the moral high ground against. Here it's really a white, the twisted aspect of the white psyche, but that's the truth. Namely, whites, they struggle against one another, left versus right, to bring about the goodness of all. They do not always succeed. Sometimes their intentions are good and the results are kind of negative, but sometimes their intentions are kind of cynical, but the results are good in a sense that they really provide improvement for others, white or non-white. Yeah. So, like in every country, there are probably the mono, how do you call this? Not autistic, but the monomaniacal libertarians or free market conservatives. They only focus on taxes. They spend their entire life complaining about taxes. Well, it's okay, but there are more interesting things, like, yeah. Vote for me, I will lower the taxes by 2%. Yeah. when a political struggle, I mean, it's good and bad at the same time. Maybe it's very Hegelian. When all there is to talk about is the quantitative increase of taxes, maybe it's a kind of stability, but at the same time it's a proof of some sort of a emptiness of. I don't blame them, but it's just how things are. Yeah, so here they keep changing. Exports, partner, imports. Yeah. And of course, the changes in currency, they reflect the change in the anthropology, demographics, psychology, and economic conditions, and reciprocal interaction of the people. So the very smart people in Wall Street or the city in London, they can see this all the interaction by just looking at the change in the quantity of exchange rates. But actually, behind these purely quantitative determinations, there is the entire life of the society. Yeah. God can only become conscious of itself, of himself, through a reciprocal cognitive process. So, of course, mostly American engineering and invention and creativity, but then also it has to be applied, but which has enabled the rise of world consciousness through the internet, which is mostly an American invention. So here there is the result of 3 centuries or 4 centuries of Anglo-Saxon empiricism. They just collect data and facts and statistics. That's the Anglo-Saxon mind, because in the CIA they are mostly Anglo-Saxons, not only, but yeah. That's just John Locke, David Hume. That's not an insult, but it's just really strange. In the German view, there are just categories and concepts. In the Anglo-Saxon view, there are just numbers and percentages and data and facts. That's how they are. The Anglo-Saxons, I've read enough books by Anglo-Saxon writers to know how they function, and every time I open a book by an Anglo-Saxon, it's always the same. Not the same book, but they are programmed to think in terms of pure quantity, data, statistics. They are afraid that if they leave just for a moment the realm of the infinite accumulation of data, they might lose themselves in the realm of abstraction. But precisely the German view is that this is completely abstract, in the sense that if it's not recontextualized, it's unintelligible. But of course it's not abstract because everything is interconnected, but simply it's unintelligible if it's not recontextualized and categorized. And yeah, and of course these numbers, they are insignificant if they are not put into, that's why they are smart comparison to the rest of the world, obviously. But yeah, I haven't had the opportunity to make all to compare the subscriptions for every country. But if no one takes this task, I will do this, because this is the only way of understanding a country and a people and the world eventually, and to conquer through the intellect. Yeah. The drug trafficking is probably financed partly by the secret services, because it enables to stimulate growth, to keep in check the population, to dumb them down, there are various reasons. But basically, if they wanted this to stop, it would stop. Eventually it will have to stop. The money laundering, all the drugs, it will have to stop. It will stop eventually. Yeah. And here the religious determinations of the US. So yeah. So that's the view of a country by the CIA in their esoteric documents, of course. Then there are the scheming and the manipulations which are kept more or less secret. But yeah, but that's their view. And I have reordered, yeah. But yeah, that's nature, subjektiver Geist, transition to objektiver Geist, Sittlichkeit, the state, the economy come before the state, but here it's law as well. Economy, the economy is stimulated and made possible by connection with natural resources, and the communication is a mode of technology, so is transportation, and here it's politics and geopolitics. And yeah, so, and this is valid for every single country. Yeah. So yeah, now I'll make a pause. I just briefly comment what lacks to provide the understanding from the perspective of intelligence agencies and everyone else eventually, because they are the intelligence agencies, the central intelligence, so they are supposed to gather the most intelligent. They do not have the metaphysical view, their categories, they are unaware of the categories that they use. They do not have the full view of cosmic life. They do not have the psychological and anthropological aspect. Maybe in their esoteric document they are aware of this, but they do not make this public. And also the most important is that they only see the facts and the data, but they do not understand the process of consciousness, namely that they are not just determinations of crime or economics or education or technology. There is the way that people interact by becoming aware of their place within the whole, becoming conscious of itself. And the change of consciousness, the theory of consciousness, this is the Phenomenologie des Geistes, this is German philosophy. It's not Anglo-Saxon empiricism. That's where the Germans have the upper hand, yeah, and maybe always will, upon the Anglo-Saxon, because the Anglo-Saxon, they only see the facts and the data. They do not see consciousness and mind becoming conscious of its own reciprocal interaction with the totality. So that's the limit, but it's useful nonetheless. And as long as I can work, I will keep incorporating this into my system, because I can say this, I've understood this, that I become stronger intellectually every day. I incorporate criticism, negation, insufficiencies in my system, and eventually it will be shown that it's simply the method of knowledge, and whatever people want to use knowledge for, to destroy the economy or to improve the economy, to improve the situation of the workers or of the middle class, to improve the education, they will have to understand at some moment that the totality has to be taken into account. Or the secret services, if they want to improve their intelligence agency, they will say, hey, but this method is useful, but the method is precisely dialectical, so it produces its own negation in a way that maybe it's impossible to control the system, because it is the system which controls itself independently of the individuals. That's what I've understood many years ago, but I share my view of the totality. Yeah, and eventually the rise of consciousness will be is inevitable in a way. Yeah. Yeah. Because the the scheming and the manipulation. There are schemers and manipulators on both sides, but at some moment, everyone will know how to manipulate the masses, and the masses, eventually they will become smart before being completely manipulated into idiocy and stupidity. They will realize, but hey, the method that let's blame the Marxist, that these people or the newspapers they use every day, we know where they got their method from. Now we won't get fooled. The manipulation that is found in some of these papers, and the leftists, they can say the same about the scheming, the economic scheming of the right. They will say, but now we understand, so we will not get fooled. Yeah, and the conservative, if they could see that the liberals would be here. That's the debates of the liberals are made manifest through the videos that they publish, through the books that appear on websites which sell books. The consciousness of the liberals is made manifest every day in their publications, the book that they produce, and the reciprocal. The determination is true, namely the conservatives, and it goes for libertarians and Marxists, for white nationalists and anti-white, etc. The consciousness is made manifest. For instance, Mr. here Sedgwick, he wrote a book about the key thinkers of the radical right, where he depicts most of the people in these spheres. So that's a reciprocally determining process. Yeah, because there comes a moment when a lot of people will realize that the educational system is broken, but it can only function as being an institution which turns people into ignorance in the best case scenario, or into idiots, if no one knows that it is the purpose of the system. But when people realize, but hey, there have been these authors who have been telling us that our educational system, the purpose is to turn us into idiots. Now that we know this, we will no longer get fooled, and we want to implement a proper educational system. Maybe they will say so. And look at all these great videos available on the internet. If only we had the leisure to peacefully sit in front of our computer and watch interesting things, instead of getting into sending our children into schools where they are bullied by violent thugs. Where do they come from? I don't know. Yeah, but at some moment people will realize this. And yeah, I just share the view of the totality. And now a short pause. So here is the same for England, Scotland, Ireland, Northern Ireland and Wales. So I will just show. This is the US. This is England. It's shorter because the US are a larger country, and the life of spirit is more intense in the US, and that's why it is more extended as well. Whereas, yeah, well, it's more intense, therefore more extended eventually. That's why the ideas which are developed in the US, they have to spread worldwide because they are very profound sometimes. And here the formal structure is the same here and there. I will not I will show again in case, but if people have, probably if they haven't watched, because they are not interested or they don't have the time, if they have watched up until now, they don't need to be repeated, but basically that's the formal structure. It's always important to have a view upon the totality, not to lose oneself into too much complexity. So it's always important to soul, consciousness, psyche or Geist, law, morality, ethics in the broadest sense, family, civil society, state, art, religion, philosophy. So that's the view of the process of God, which includes pretty much everything in its development. And now the view of the life of England. Here it will be wealthier in terms of great minds of the past, but poorer in terms of modern life for the reasons that there is less population, etc. So here, a great mathematician, English, so I just show England and Scotland, plus Ireland, Wales, Northern Ireland. Whitehead, Russell, who was a logician. In the realm of physics, well, Newton, Dalton, Faraday, Maxwell, Dirac, and Hawking, great English physicist. Yeah, modern English physicist, Penrose, Higgs, Rees. So that's England at the top. Decadent England, but a decadent England is still probably one of the 2 or 3 greatest countries in terms of scientific production in theoretical physics. So these people, maybe except the Americans, maybe, I don't know, maybe 1 or 2 other countries, or maybe not, they are still at the top. That's the kind of yeah. The decline for the English means from going from first place to second, and the same goes for the Americans. That's why the Americans are partly Anglo-Saxon, because when they decline, they fall from first to second, and they experience this as ontological suffering. We are no longer the first, we are only the second best. Second best, they're still best, but it's second. Yeah. I'm just playing here with no, it was supposed to be scientific, and it has been, but I've been talking for almost 4 hours, so I'm becoming a little bit tired, and yeah. Okay, chemist, he wrote about the economic, the monetary system. A great biologist, obviously. So here are the great physicists. Here, I'm sorry, here I will be serious. The level of intellectual brilliance, Whitehead, Russell, Newton, knowing that it's kind of dull and dry in comparison, I mean, in comparison with other forms of philosophy, but it's not philosophy, it's science, but it's the level of intelligence is amazing. And yeah. Darwin, a great medical researcher over the centuries, who have had a tremendous impact upon medicine. A great sociobiologist in a broader sense. Malthus, Galton is more a recent eugenicist. So the English, they are thinkers of eugenics. Sorry, Darwin. Did I forget Dawkins? Maybe Dawkins will forget me. That would be fair. I'm sorry, Mr. Dawkins. No, that's a joke, but I forgot Dawkins. The Dawkins is kind of a decadent Darwin, but Dawkins is still probably one of the best biologists in the modern world. But that's English decadence, I might say. That's English standards. It's difficult to top Darwin. But yeah, that's what the level of here. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm not sorry, but simply I'm serious. The English nation is a nation of geniuses. The proportion between the historical population of England and the number of geniuses in all fields almost that they have produced is simply stunning. It's amazing. It's Galton said, except for ancient Athens up until the 19th century, maybe England and Scotland, I don't know exactly, but yeah. Modern sociobiology, important names, yeah. They have kept alive a tradition of scientific investigation that is still partly valid in the US and in Anglo-Saxon derived country, but the Anglo-Saxon they have a spirit of inquiry, of questioning, of independence, of some sort of they produce universality, but they are specific in the sense that neither the French nor the German, although the German they do this in the realm of philosophy, but in the realm of the empirical sciences, the English, they are the best in terms of they are good in physics, biology, sociobiology. They have weaknesses, but they are pretty good. Edward Dutton, it's very interesting. Here we have also pagan, magical European women. Yeah. The logical connection is the structure of the soul. So there is the scientific aspect, and then there's the more cosmic, psychic aspect. Parapsychology, Rupert Sheldrake. IQ, Lean and Woodley of many. Yeah. Richard Lean, in terms of intellectual standards, is very high as well. So here it's for the scientific view, and then the political life. There are a lot less names than in America, because it's just my current perspective, but the English, if they watch this, they are welcome to. So here, Soddy is both a chemist and a Nobel Prize in chemistry, and also wrote book about monetary theory. Yeah. So there are the anti-racists in the realm of morality, like in the US. Here are feminist, LGBTQ, a YouTuber who is inspired, a form of feminism. So here it's really not a very serious work, in a sense that I haven't spent a lot of time. I've just done with whatever data I could find, but it has to be completed with, it's just to illustrate that this method of knowledge can be applied to every country. Here are important British economists, Adam Smith and Keynes. Okay, here's an far-right scholar who produced good works. Here, entertainment, the English, they have football players. I could list all the football players, all the managers. I just picked symbolic representative. So here, the best in terms of success and longevity, good old-fashioned English fighting spirit. When it's difficult, let's just fight, and it's gonna be okay. And here, kind of twisted genius inventors. So yeah, here's what the world owes to the Anglo-Saxon, just in the realm of economics. Well, let's pretend the dream of every libertarian. That's a joke. Adam Smith, James Watt, these two people, Newton, Adam Smith, James Watt, they are responsible for the changes of the past 200 years, tremendous increase in life expectancy, health, hygiene, standards of living, world population, etc., etc. Transhumanism. Well, the typical English newspapers, probably I've read enough to, so it's liberal, like in America, like in every Western country. That's the moral zeitgeist of the times. Here in politics, here it's interesting, there is a conservative leftist reactionary movement, in the sense that the leftist elites, they are against the working class and the middle class. So those who really care about the left, they are willing to defend patriotic socialism. It's not national socialism, it's patriotic socialism, namely to unite the working class independently of origin, but the working class is still predominantly white, against the parasitical leftist elites, but they also unite against the underclass, namely the elements which are problematic in terms of behavior, crimes, corruption, and drugs, etc. And this is a trend that is found within a lot of Western countries, namely an attempt from the white, native, traditional leftists, namely economic leftists, to unite the people, which has now become partly multicultural, against the elites. Yeah. And there is the other, the counter reaction, which is kind of like these people, they are also on the side of the ordinary people, but with a more identitarian view, and there are conflicts between whites, between the whites of the left who would like to incorporate the descendant of immigrants and those who would like to retreat within a purely identitarian way, and this explains the movement of consciousness. So here are important names in the right-wing movement, which is determined by the zeitgeist. Very intelligent, traditionalist English thinkers, politicians. They are all the same, although they are different. Why bother study the political life of England with these people when the English, they are not even aware of the great intellectual productions, historical or modern? Why bother with well, because the British, they invented modern democracy, etc. Yeah. So here, the conservative, they are more moderate in England than in the US. Yeah, and I know that there are international dialogues between people like Douglas Murray and Peterson, who can speak to one another. That's kind of entertainment for the intellectually privileged to be able to watch good thinkers communicate with one another with their problems and the problem of their country. So, and here that's what the particular and the universal, namely England, and Peterson is from Canada, but actually the problems that they talk about, gender, race, identity, etc., they are universal. Here, universal means restricted to the West. That's why there's a rise in Western consciousness. Yeah. So yeah, it's there are a lot less names, but if somehow an English person sees this, he can fit with his own experience of his country and his own knowledge, he can fit the categories. I just put the most important names. Here in the realm of art, of course there's J.K. Rowling. Music which expresses the life and the psyche of a people. Actors, political figures, important political figures. I mean, important. Yeah. I added, yeah, for the symbol, but yeah. The spirit of God lives in him, partly. Classical authors. Here I've not, yeah, classical authors, and here classical poetry. And in terms of poetry, very few countries, if not, maybe not, there's not a single country which can compete with the English. It's yeah, maybe the English are the greatest poets. They are the greatest physicists. They are the greatest poets. Historically, they have achieved greatness. That's simply yeah. And here, in the realm of in the realm of religion, well, they haven't produced many. They are kind of down to earth. They try to escape sometimes when it's difficult through poetry, but they haven't produced many religious reformers and many. But they are forgiven because the quality of their poets, it's simply otherworldly, one might say. So credit to the English. Yeah, so here's a Wicca revival in the 20th century, and David Icke. So they kind of, what is great about the English, they kind of produce ludicrous people, but in a good sense. Like David Icke is kind of a ludicrous British person. And so is Sheldrake in a way. So is Dutton. This is the typical, the typical Anglo-Saxon person. I mean, a little bit over the top, but not like the Americans. The Americans, when they're over the top, it's kind of a Trump and Kanye West. I've already said this, or Ayn Rand, or yeah. But the British, they have a different collective psyche. Like they. It's difficult to categorize, but. Yeah, Shakespeare, of course. Shakespeare, he is made partly present through his spirit, through people like Sheldrake, David Icke, Edward Dutton, the Monty Python. Of course, I could have added the Monty Python in entertainment. Boris Johnson as well. The English, they are one of a kind. They are really... but here, more seriously, because I mean, it's kind of serious, but the level of genius, here, the genius of the English, plus the poetry, that's worthy of admiration, honestly. Yeah. So, and the great writers, Defoe, the modern myth of the individualist capitalist, the self-made man, the white man's burden. The English, they are simply brilliant. That's yeah, they are brilliant. And here's English philosophy or British philosophy. The British, basically, the modern, I mean, the Anglo-Saxon, their mind, it's Occam, Bacon, Locke, Hume, a little bit of Mill, and yeah, basically Bacon, Locke, Hume, and Popper, who is not, he was Jewish, but that's how the modern scientists, that's how they are trained, basically. So here it's not on the level of Germany. A German would say there are not a single real philosopher, which means speculation and mysticism, but it's useful nonetheless. Yeah, I could have added the British idealist, but yeah. So yeah, the British, they do not produce any idealist thinker. I mean, there's Berkeley, but plus the idealist, the post-Hegelian British idealist, but other than that, they are really empiricists. They are idealists in the sense of political idealism, but not idealism in a sense of epistemological idealism. They are all empiricists, if not a materialist, naturalists, whatever. But yeah. Actually, the philosophers, writers, poets, and eventually musicians of a country, their spirit is reflected in the spirit of the ordinary folk, the ordinary people. And it's not the other way around. I mean, it's reciprocal determination, but basically, every Englishman comes straight out of the mind of either a great English writer, British, not English, British, or poet or philosopher. Yeah, that's what I had to say. Yeah, I will make a short pause. I will just see the full picture. So here it goes a lot faster because it's not that England is poorer, it's simply because the current political life of England, because of the size of the population and the amount of information, it's not as developed as the US, because the US are the spiritual center of world consciousness. Yeah, I just make a pause. Here, it's the view of Jewish people. The same method. Here's the categorization from logic, nature, subjektiver Geist, objektiver Geist, absoluter Geist. That's formalism, but it's better than no order and no rigor at all. So here, Einstein, I go faster, but anti-racist anthropology, they are often accused of being dishonest, but they are also race realists and people who promote realism in sex differences. So he's a race realist. They are Jewish and they have made important contributions in the realistic study of race and IQ. So they are the balance. There are the Jewish comedians, experts in language, experts in psychological manipulation. Here I will show the right-wing perspective, because there are Jews on both sides. Whatever anti-Semites might say, the Jews are sometimes balanced, sometimes imbalanced, but here we have Shapiro and Yiannopoulos, who are conservatives, people promoting various forms of alternative sexuality, one might say, or yeah. There's esoteric feminism and traditionalist view, metaphysical view of the interaction between the sexes in the realm of marriage and balance between the gender. She's not a right-winger, but her esoteric, kind of borrowed from the traditional esoteric teachings of various world religion, would place her as some sort of a right-wing feminist. It's still on the left, but yeah. There are right-wing libertarians, Rothbard, Mises, Ayn Rand, and Schumpeter, one of economics. Here are the kind of people that anti-Semites despise, namely those who openly advocate the replacement of Europeans. There are Keynesian economists, a lot of anarcho-communists. That's another reason why anti-Semitism is still prevalent and has thrived throughout the decades and the centuries even, is there's a significant proportion of people of Jewish background who have advocated radical revolutionary economic measure. But I understood this. I speak about my personal life. I was converted to Christianity more than 4 years ago, when I understood that these people, basically, not them namely, but the Jews who are anarcho-communist, they are in a struggle against the libertarian Jews, and in the view of the anti-Semites, they are on the same team, but actually the level of complexity is so intense that no, they are not on the same team. They cannot anticipate throughout the decades what the other will think, so they really are in conflict at some moments, and that's when I understood that they kind of suffer in a way. The way to bring peace is to help them reciprocally understand one another. And whatever you said, they are really brilliant. And here, they are not idiots. Guebwiller is brilliant. Karl Marx was not an idiot. And neither were they, but they are partly sometimes manipulating. But Chomsky is not an imbecile. These people are really intelligent. It cannot be doubted. Here are the cultural Marxists. I mean, there are others, but Gramsci, who was not a Jew, he was an Italian, but yeah, cultural Marxist. Here they are on the left, but yeah. So there are, but the balance, there are the anti-technology Jews, like there are pro-technology whites and anti-technology whites in a radical manner, and yeah. Here in politics there are ethno-masochistic Jews. These are examples of people who kind of have a negative relation to their own people as Jews, and they are the pro-white Jews, people who genuinely defend the interests of whites, although they are not white or not completely white anthropologically, and the counterbalance would be the white abolitionist. But the Jews and white people, they share in common, so here they cannot be blamed for being to advocate the interest of their country, but there are it's only among Jews to a lesser proportion than among whites, but that there are really ethnomasochistic people. It's really a white and Jewish feature that is rarely found in other peoples. Globalists, they're probably Jewish globalists in most Western countries. Yeah. That's why there is a resurgence of anti-Semitism, because all the negative aspects of globalism are associated with the Jews. That's why it's kind of dishonest, because there are Jews who are they are not anti-globalists, but they are intellectually honest and courageous, and sometimes they willingly advocate the interest of the native population of Western countries. But that's one of the reasons why there's a resurgence of anti-Semitism, because many globalists are Jewish in origin. Here are spiritual people, spiritual Jews, Jesus, of course. A student of Kabbalah, I could have added the name of the various Kabbalists. And here are philosophers. The most important might be Spinoza, Popper as well, the scientific method, falsification, to check, to verify, to doubt, etc. Yeah, so these are the Jews that I could list briefly. So they really are balanced in a way. Maybe they are leaning more towards the left, but they are nonetheless balanced, because they really are, in the terms of economics and even anthropology, there are both aspects. Radical traditionalists, radical modernists in the realm of morality, communists and libertarians on both sides. And if people are on this list, it's because they are smart. They are here. Those who are kind of anti-race realism in the field of anthropology, and those who promote and even advocate openly simply the race realism. They are the manipulators which help spread the caricature, but yeah, it's complicated, but all the aspects eventually have to be taken into account. And there are Jews who genuinely defend the interests of whites. Yeah. So they are partly conflicted. And yeah. I will make a pause. So here is Germany and Austria and Switzerland, so the Germanic countries in Central Europe. Same goes, it's a lot less, it's more metaphysical in the sense that here the empirical aspect of German life is really poor, because I do not speak German fluently as an empirical individual, but the metaphysical and yeah, it's very rich. And I will just briefly, the structure is the same. I just copied, and as long as I can work, I will do this for every country. But eventually people will find this method useful, although here it's really not very rigorous and not complete, far from this, but that's just the proper method. So here we enter the realm of German seriousness, that in the realm of pure philosophy they have no counterpart. Maybe that's why they oppose themselves to one another, because otherwise I don't know, it would be I don't know, but I understand. Hegel as a logician, ontology. Hegel can be everywhere. There's a Hegelian ontology, Hegelian metaphysics, Hegelian logic, Hegelian epistemology, but basically, let us just say pure philosophy. Heidegger, Goetz, Leibniz, Frege and Carnap, Kant, Fichte, Schelling. Schelling, it's partly epistemology, but also ontology as well, and metaphysics as well. So yeah, in physics, some important, only the German and the English, in terms of quantitative proportion, have produced so many great scientists. The French as well, but the German and the English in the really the physics, metaphysics, yeah. Here in anthropology, yeah. Linguistics. Here's a modern social scientist who talks about IQ. It's kind of a mixture of Richard Lehn and German sociology or continental sociology. Here are communists, so modern communists, and modern libertarian, modern German libertarian. Here we have a critique of criminality and terrorism, a critique of the monetary system by Gottfried Freder, who was an advisor of the German politicians of the 1930s. The same goes for Albert Speer, who was a minister of the Reich. Hayek and Ritter, they are more libertarian. So here it's a libertarian. He was not, strictly speaking, a libertarian, but he's nonetheless an important economist. I could have added Fichte in economy. So here, German sociology, a very maybe Christian channel, by welcoming people from various social backgrounds and making them dialogue with one another in spite of their differences, or because of their differences and flaws or difficult paths sometimes. Philosophy and science promoted, that's free education for the Germans who speak German fluently. Yeah. Inventors, there's Gutenberg. Here are channels to learn German or German ASMR. Okay, politics. Right-wing political philosophy, there's Carl Schmitt, Spengler, Rosenberg. Conservative, he started as a leftist, he's become a conservative as far as I know, Mr. Sarrazin, who wrote a book about German demographics. The AfD, they are on the right. Olaf Scholz, Merkel, the government is usually on the left. Yeah. Historical figures, Frederick II, Bismarck, and Hitler. Influential German political figures. Here in the realm of art, movie directors, pop music, a European pagan, a German European pagan, and here classical music. So in philosophy and music, the German, and even science, the German, they are otherworldly, maybe. Theologians, mystics. So there are the classical musician, the great writers and poets, the classical musicians, the classical theologians, one might say, Martin Luther, Eckhart, and all the others, and the mystics. Then finally, formal philosophy, that's modern philosophy. Formal philosophy is when the content is just abstractions, and real philosophy is when the content is divine consciousness. So officially these are the centuries in which they emerged. Jacob Böhm, Leibniz, the Romantic era, to simplify. Kant was not a romantic, but basically at the end, the second half of the 18th century, early 19th century. Here it's early 19th century, Schelling, Hegel, Nietzsche, Schopenhauer, Heidegger. So yeah, the German philosophers. Yeah. So that's the view of Germany with the method that I've applied. So it's a lot shorter. So I have showed broadly, now it's been 4 hours and 13 minutes with a long introduction of maybe more than an hour. So I've been talking for 3 hours just to show to put the links, the connections, and the broad view. I know that the method is the proper method in order to understand. I will work as long as I have to, as long as I can, as long as I think it's the right thing to do, but eventually people will share my perspective at some moment because the negative of the substance, whatever. So what I've showed in this video is the intellectual and spiritual life of Germany and the German countries of Central Europe, the Jews, whatever, the modern Jews, with also influences from the past, England and Scotland and the British countries, and eventually America, which is much more developed, more wealthy in terms of determinations. And yeah, I will conclude with the categories. The spiritual and intellectual life in the US in the 21st century is the most intense, the most stimulating, the most engaging, the most exciting, also the most controversial, but it has to become the most extended, namely what I call Anglo-Saxon science, but American science, but also it includes the English, and the Scots, etc., has to become extended, and this is the process of spirit coming to consciousness of itself, namely all the knowledge about sociobiology, IQ, politics, economics, geopolitics, conspiracies. They are valid within the particular context of America, but they are, because the particular is contained under the universal, they are universal knowledge, namely the knowledge which is being produced by Anglo-Saxon, mostly scientists, or Jewish scientists mostly, has to become widespread and extended and benefit for the good aspect the whole of mankind, because it is by very nature, it is universal. It is only the particular context, political and anthropological and cultural and religious of the US which brings forth this universality. White Anglo-Saxon Protestants with a spirit of independence, protected by the Constitution, etc., which produces universal knowledge, and universal because it applies to all. It has to become widespread eventually. So yeah, that's the process of spirit becoming conscious of itself. That's what I could say in 4 hours. I wanted to talk for a few dozens of minutes maximum to serve as an introduction, but eventually I will pause the video and I will make what I will just conclude. What I intended to do was to provide the introductory context for my videos in order to know what I know, to share my perspective, and to because here it's really simplified, but basically I could talk about and that's not my purpose, I guess, to talk about any topic, the debates within the libertarian movement, the ecological movement, the Zizek and communism, but I focus on the view of the totality, and I try to speak. I've tried to speak about abstractions because all the others, they are working already. That's why I have felt that here I speak to myself. Maybe that I hadn't. I experienced myself as being a parasite who stole the ideas of others, because the work about the knowledge of physics, biology, anthropology, sociobiology, economics, sociology, it's being produced daily, unconsciously. I mean, it's being done consciously when these are scholars writing books, but in the newspapers, in the TV shows, etc., this is knowledge produced spontaneously. But the people, they do not see the whole process, and I just borrow the content from the life that I experience, the intellectual life that I witness on the news and in my library and on YouTube, etc. And I use the formal aspect of Hegel, which is probably, I'm not sure that it's the proper way because it's formalism, but simply just the formal structure, it enables to see things more clearly. And this is a simple presentation. It has lasted more than 4 hours. I will upload the video. I will keep working as long as I can, because this is really the simplified view. And now I would like to share the real perspective of the totality, not just one country, but the totality of being. And I will take a rest, and I will keep working tomorrow and the day after, and keep working and sharing my views as long as I can. I said that I would promote some books in every video. I already did this indirectly, but I have not recorded the camera. So the books that I usually promote: Guebwiller, Bullshit Jobs, and Murray and Ron Paul, The Problems of Education, and where is Mr. John Taylor? Gatto, the Dumbing Us Down. And here I offer some solution, partly, for those who have watched this for 4 hours. There are great educational channels on YouTube, but just my message. Here I have started this video in a scientific mood, and I still am in a scientific mood, namely I try to be neutral. I can't prevent from making a little bit of a trash talking jokes with the Anglo-Saxon, because I have lived in the mind of Hegel for years, and actually I find them quite funny, because the Anglo-Saxon, they are so brilliant that sometimes when they become a little bit decadent, they deserve to be shaken a little bit. Here I am in a mood to make a little bit of a joke. Taylor Swift, Shake It Off. But the Anglo-Saxon, I do not identify as an English, but the Anglo-Saxon, I feel like they are my closest relatives, maybe. So, and here I'm talking about the Anglo-Saxon of England. The Americans, they are also partly Anglo-Saxon, but I feel like I can, I don't know. Yeah, whatever. Maybe I'm deluding myself. But what I wanted to say, yeah. So these books, just the problems with this channel, they are great, but the problems with every kind of knowledge is that there is not the whole picture. I try to provide this here. It's formally, it's not like this and like that, because here we have logic, nature, subjective ergoism, and objective ergoism. So from an aesthetic point of view, whether this presentation or this presentation is not satisfying, but here it's just to clarify. And yeah, this presentation is more satisfying. Logic, nature, Geist, but I have focused on first accessibility. If people want to steal my ideas because I stole my ideas from others, they can. If people are interested in making this more aesthetically pleasing, they can do this. I will share my light as long as I can. It's been 4 hours and 22 minutes. I will upload the video, sleep a little, and keep working, trying to solve I will just conclude on a positive note. I made a video yesterday about the psyche of white people, and when I took a pause, a short pause, a few, maybe the last time, I just watched for a few minutes an interview by Lady Gaga, saying that she is a spiritual, and that she prays, not praying. Okay, to pray, not to praise, to pray to God, and that she just wants to do good for others. So basically, she's just the typical white person. She wants to do good for others. And she says, I am spiritual, whatever, I talk to God, but she is the most divinely inspired artist in modern pop culture. She's God made woman within the realm of modern pop culture. That's why she's kind of conflicted, but she's brilliant. And she has many aspects in her personality, like Eminem. It's more masculine, of course, but there is the comical aspect, there's the sad, tormented aspect, there's the twisted, funny aspect, there's the romantic aspect, there's the loving aspect, there is the... Sometimes it's dark, but within the realm of pop culture, she's a genius. I will end while laughing maybe, but the people who say that white Americans have no culture, I might understand why people might say, okay, pop culture, it's not real culture, but actually it's culture nonetheless. And in the realm of pop culture, the Americans, well, they are million league, million light years above everyone else. But just yeah, in 2 centuries plus modern pop culture plus the movie industry plus the TV shows, whatever. Yeah. There is so much complexity here in the good sense in America. It's the wealthiest country on earth, economically, one might say, but in terms of intellect and variety, and there's just everything in America. There's everything in the United States. And the world spirit, which is the spirit of God, is becoming manifest mostly through American minds. And yeah. So yeah. I will stop the video now. I've talked for almost 4.5 hours, and